We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Don't give them an inch!
You have the foe's victory point. One of your units has been destroyed. I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Rip. Ah. Speaking challenge indeed. My bad, guys. I forgot that I muted myself. Alright, well, you know what? We're gonna get back in there. We're gonna recast it. Because there's a lot to talk about here. I'm so sorry for that. Honestly, thank y'all for sticking around. Were my, I don't know if my, John Madden breakdowns were, good enough to get my points across. So, we'll retry it here. So, welcome back to Empire vs. Lizardman Part 2. You know, pretty good build, honestly, to pick apart this Empire, Mantide. Like 20 units, I was talking about it, of course, earlier. It's a little intimidating to see a 20 stack. Especially against the Empire, where they've got lots of units they can uptrade into what you've got on the field. Especially like halberds and the pistols and the crossbows. But Lizards are honestly pretty well tuned as a faction to be able to counter this kind of a opener. And the Burning Head magic here, like a really good call from Feral Hogs, bringing the Firecaster with Burning Head. Fireball's honestly not terrible, especially if you think your opponent might be going for a character like Balthazar Gelt. You know, he's got fairly low armor, not a ton of HP. He can definitely get hammered down by the fireballs and suffer pretty horribly at the hands of this Slan. But typically just focusing on like getting rid of the infantry is the best thing you can do here, because Lizards have better mobility. They're Cold Wind Spear Riders and Ripper Dactyls, very powerful DPS units. And can definitely shock the Empire off the field as long as they've got proper support. I'll get into it and talk about where Feral's kind of letting down his own units by not using them properly for what he's trying to accomplish against a build like this. Because, like, your Saurus Spears are going to outtrade most of the front line. They soak up a ton of damage. Even against, like, crossbows and Free Company Militia who can, like, really pepper Saurus down over time, their leadership is high enough. They still have, like, reasonable enough weapon strength to just sit in there and still be able to, like, hold the line and give your skirmishers and javelins time to get all their ammunition off. And with Burning Head being cast the entire game, that's also just one way to just break everything down. Burning Head's great against big-ass builds like this. And honestly, look for opportunities like what you're seeing here to cast Burning Head in the early game, because people oftentimes misposition their units pretty aggressively when they've got like 20-something units on the field. It gets really chaotic. This is a lot of clicking to have to do. And to try and keep this infantry heavy formation like lined up appropriately and spaced out right. Keep your caster a little closer in. Like, check your opponent's spells, like on Balthazar. You see no Final Transmutation here. You can always just outrange the crossbows, and Burning Head has a pretty good cast range of 150 meters. This guy doesn't need to be hiding back here. He can be right here, hanging out with the boys, and get a really filthy, like, Burning Head in the early game here. Which could start to, like, break open the front line much quicker for you, so you can push into the missiles. And do so before your opponent's, like, really dangerous stuff comes out. Like the Royal Altar of Griffites, the Empire Knights, all of the mobility that the Empire is really known for. Skink Cohort Javelins getting a little too far up into the front line, and the Ancient Salamander actually friendly firing here. Clearly some kind of Chaos Agent in disguise, killing his own dudes here. And I really don't think the Lizards need to take this fight so early. Like, you know, there's 20 units on the field, so you aren't going to cap the #1 objective early, obviously. Like, the Lizards did get it for a little bit, but then the Empire pushed a bunch of stuff up. And the Skink Skirmishers, they gave up the objective pretty early, which isn't that big of a deal. But they really could be, like, over here with the rest of the formation, and you can just, like, pull back a little bit and let the Empire just continue to push farther and farther in with their infantry. And you'll be able to get your reinforcements up to the front line way quicker than the Empire is going to be able to, because Skinks have 46 movement speed. Empire infantry, even the quicker ones, like Free Company, have 36. It takes a long time for them to waddle in. And then your mobility is going to be able to just, like, maneuver between cracks in the formation and start to push in. You know, this is, like, the whole pull back, like, fake retreat style of combat actually works really well in Warhammer 3. It works throughout history, it works in this game too. Really good Burning Head, hits the halberds and the swordsman here. Get a good break with the Saurus Spears in a pretty good position to kind of compound on an advantage here in the front line and push up onto the crossbows. Or just to push in and force the halberds to fight them. And then you could be using your Feral Cold Ones and the Spear Riders to, like, push up in here and start to make, like, trouble for the Empire missiles. Like, at the very least, getting them to reposition and have to, like, move so that they're not firing anymore is one way of, like, countering them. Instead of trying to do this stupendously wide flank where your opponent's just going to keep, like, throwing bodies out here to, like, buffer them out. Like, there's a lot of units leaving the front line here. So just, like, keep them on their toes, leave the Feral Cold Ones here, and then pull the Spear Riders back around and through into the middle of your formation. Wait for the Royal Altar of Griffites to try and, like, countercharge to save these crossbows. Then you can use the Spear Riders to get up in there and support the infantry. And value trade that little bit better that you really need. Because what's going to happen here, you know, I'm sure some of y'all saw it earlier, but these Cold One Spear Riders and the Feral Cold Ones are going to, like, run up into the trees, and they're going to get absolutely zero value up here. They'd be much better off in the middle. Taking a little bit of arrow fire, it's not that big of a deal. These guys got a lot of armor and a shield. You know, they are going to be able to persevere in here fairly well. But the Royal Altar of Griffites, man, just, like, not having anything to worry about in here, just get a fat charge on the Skinks. Absolutely lay waste to this unit. They take, like, a good third of their HP out instantly on the charge. They tear out them, then they break, and then suddenly the crossbows, they don't have to run from anything. They can just, like, turn their attention to the Saurus that's pushing in. The Spear Riders had been up here to countercharge. They probably would have been able to save this Skink cohort. They'd have hammered home, got some damage on the Royal Altar of Griffites, and then the Skinks can go occupy the spears. They can move around, try and get on the crossbows, and then you're the one who has the advantage. Because the Royal Altar of Griffites are the ones who are going to have to disengage from combat, while you're going to be on have the momentum swing. You're going to be able to push much better. The Lizards are having a great time on the front line. They've really done a good job of pulling this apart. Like, this is what Hogs is doing really well, is getting isolations on all of these, like, halberds and the spears, using the Saurus aggressively to buffer units out that are trying to move in and support those overextended infantry units. But back here, you just can't afford to lose units like this without getting anything out of them. 500 gold unit with 79 value. These guys are going to get even less value. They're going to get pushed off. This is 1,000 gold. The worst thing you can do is have your 1,000 gold units just running and never getting anything done. Getting any kind of value is way better than whatever shenanigans you're trying to accomplish in the back line. Because it's just not going to happen when there's this many units on the field, dude. Like, trying to take these wide flanks takes ages, and it's very rare that you're going to get up into the back line where your opponent's spawns are and just get away with murder. And Commissar's really punishing these dudes for it. This is a wild Searing Doom. I don't know what's going on here. That's a little too aggressive. There's not really any need to cast that there. You got Empire Knights and Griffites just absolutely hounding these dudes to the end of the earth. See, they finally catch up to him, and they're just ripping them apart. Just pulling apart at the seams. The Ripperdactyls need to be over here, too. Like, Feral's using all the mobility way too separated from any kind of infantry support. You want to use your mobile units, and especially mobile DPS units like Rippers, to compound on your advantage in the front line. Like, you're already winning here. If these Rippers were in this fight, they could just get a rear charge of the Free Company. They'd break their leadership, because these guys are honestly on the verge of it already. Imagine if they break right now. The Skinks just push right up into the other Free Company. Rippers get onto the crossbows, or they can charge into the back of the halberds and the spears here, break these guys as well, send them running. The sooner that you can get, like, big, wide builds like this on the run, and you're forcing their mobility to, like, take all these speculative fights, even if your mobility is not, like, massively out-trading in the mobile game, getting some kind of value is still going to give your better quality infantry a little bit of an easier time to just continue to value trade an advantage for you. Because what can happen, you know? Like, maybe your mobility doesn't finish off the Royal Altar of Griffites, doesn't finish off all the Empire Knights, but you get them low enough, and then you've got, like, fairly healthy infantry on the field. You can go resecure your caps, and then you can just wait for your mobility summons to come back in. And your opponent's going to have to be summoning out infantry, and it's going to take them way longer to get into a position to counter-push than it is for you. Because you'll have your staying power on the front line already. And your mobile units are going to get up way quicker than the Empire's units are already. So that's really where my thought process is lying here. Outside of the mobility, it's going really well. And this is honestly not a bad dive. It's very risky. It does end up turning on the Lizardmen here, but catching out the Royal Altar of Griffites with a couple of Ripperdactyls, including the Colossadon Hunters, honestly, not a bad play. But, you know, you see the Empire Knights coming, trying to pull out of this combat earlier would probably help you out, and sacking one Ripperdactyl and keeping the Colossadon Hunters alive, also probably the better call. Again, trying to go for a home run swing here by getting away with murder. You know, sometimes you have to give up units to preserve something that's a little bit more impactful. Like, the Ripperdactyl here, the regular variant, a lot of these guys get caught on the ground, they're taking a bunch of damage. Some of them get back up in the air, but there's also Colossadon Hunters stuck up in here, and they fall back up onto the ground. And end up trading pretty poorly here at the end of the day. Like, they've gotten some reasonable value, but again, playing a little bit too loosey-goosey with these guys, not supporting them very well, and there's always terror routes from the Royal Altars, and they do terror out a Ripperdactyl here. Gonna finish this guy off, and then the Empire Knights just continuing to hound the Colossadon Hunters. Not having any infantry or any cavalry to, like, come and rescue them. Lizards, again, losing out on some very valuable units, while their infantry are just being expected to carry a little too much water here. They've done a very good job, but you can see, like, all these infantry units, man, like, they're really starting to get worn down. The Croxagores are on the run. They've taken a lot of pistolier fire. Like, these Free Company militia are nasty, dude. They don't get it. Oh my god, guys. Oh my goodness. Alright, let me get back in here. Frickin' computer crashing on me in the middle of my freaking cast. No, it's not just you, Tabitha. It's me. This is the kind of chaos that I apparently just bring to the table on a regular basis. Let me get back in here. We'll figure this out. Maybe that replay is just cursed. My entire computer crashed on me here. We'll boot back up. I'll give the last few notes from that game. It was pretty much over at that point, though. Like, the Lizards had nothing on the field, really. Empire were, you know, consolidating a lot of mobility out onto the field, where the Lizards were just not going to be able to support their very, like, tattered infantry. Their Lord is good, but just not going to be able to, like, carry a game at the stage it was in. And the cost efficiency of the cap weight for the Empire was just going to slowly push out the Lizardmen. And there's not a lot you can do about it at that point, because you've already given up the ticket lead at the stage of the game we were in, with Hog, like, losing all the infantry. A lot of the mobility was going down. You know, still was, like, reasonably close in the value, but a lot of that is tied up in a very healthy Lord who, you know, is pretty vulnerable and exposed at that stage. He gets pushed back onto the home objective and eventually just gets worn out on the Lords, on the heroes. What he tries to summon in a bunch of red-crested skinks and some more cohorts. And then they just get run down by all the Empire Knights and the Royal Altar of Griffites, who really put the game on their back in the end stages of the game. And that's really what separated Commissar from Hog in that game. Was just, you know, Commissar knew how he needed to use his mobility to support the infantry fights, while Hogs is trying to make all of these, like, really risky dives into the back line and leaving the infantry who are, like, you know, very capable of out-trading the Empire State Troopers to do so, but just not able to turn the tide by themselves. Your replays are cursed. You've had crashing issues too. It's only happened a couple of times. It's just so annoying when it happens, man. It drives me absolutely bonkers. Maybe I need to update my graphics drivers, because I haven't checked that in the last week. So that could be one of the culprits. But yeah, just keep... The Lizards could have won that game if they kept their mobility a little closer in. Like, using the Ripperdactyls to rear charge the infantry fights while the Coldwind Spear Riders just post up. They can afford to take some damage from the crossbows and everything. They can maneuver away from the Halberdiers, and they just want to wait for Empire Knights and the Royal Altar of Griffites to show their faces. Like, Coldwind Spear Riders are so cost-effective. They massively outtrade Empire Heavy Cavalry, but they can only do that if they have infantry near them to support, and they're not being, like, overwhelmed by, like, numbers and counter units like the Royal Altar of Griffites. That's how you use your mobility, you know. There's certain roles that all of these units fill, and the infantry were used well. This Ancient Salamander was used pretty well. The Lord was used well, but the mobility was not used appropriately. You don't just, like, recklessly dive Mantide builds like that. It leaves you way too open to get punished. And it's better to, like, have your Spear Riders get shot up, not do all that much, but still get, like, you know, 500 or 600 value, as opposed to, like, going on a really wide flank where they could get 1,000 value. Or what happens is that they get intercepted and they get absolutely no value. And they haven't accomplished anything. And it just leaves, like, your opponent's, like, healthier mobility to then just consolidate, push out, and, like, hard punish you in the late game, which is what the Empire ends up doing to the Lizards in that replay. We're not going back in to show it off anymore. I'm giving up on that one. It seems to be, you know, gearing up to completely kill me. So we got Agamemnon and Jesse here. Warriors of Chaos versus Dark Elves. Warriors of Chaos, very strong faction. They've got very solid units going into the Dark Elves here. Aspiring Champions among some of the best, like, line-holding infantry in the game. They just fill such an interesting niche because they're good at clearing chaff. They're reasonably good at holding the line against elite infantry. They've got silver shields, so they don't mind getting shot at by dark shards as much as other stuff does. It still hurts. You don't want to sit there and just get teed off on by the Dark Elf infantry, like Dark Shard variants, or Repeater Crossbow Cav. But if you have to sit there and take it, Aspiring Champions, at the very least, are able to do so a little bit. They're also good against Witch Elves, because they have the magic attacks. So really good choice of bringing these guys in. Metal Magic, Final Transmutation, Searing Doom, very strong spells. And Dark Elves don't have a lot of healing on their Lords and Casters, so I really do think it's a pretty strong spell in this matchup. You really only want to cast the upgraded version, though, because it doubles their duration, and it's only 9 extra winds of magic. You're paying a 33% more for double damage. Only use the upgraded version. The standard version is not good. Unless you think that you can absolutely, like, outright kill a Lord and you need to do it sooner than later, then maybe. But generally you just want to, like, hang on as long as possible and wait for, like, a really good blob to use it. And just use Searing Doom. Like, one good Final Transmutation will get you a shit ton of value, and then, like, you know, a handful of good Searing Dooms. You can usually get 2 upgraded Final Transmutations, and I think, like, 4 or 5 Searings off over the course of a game. That's usually more than enough for metal casters. Just rack up disgusting amounts of value, man. Best lore magic in the game. Or at least one of the contenders It really can't be beat. And Plague of Rust is also a good option, but Plague of Rust is really more for bringing into matchups where your opponent has like healing and you just want to get more spell casts off, and lowering the armor can make a much bigger difference for you. Dark Elves tend to be pretty lightly armored, and the Black Ark Corsairs aren't a significant enough threat to really need Plague of Rust for. Then there's always like the Soul of Damnation, and this thing is just racking it up, dude. 343 value already. Killed one Black Ark Corsair right off the bat. You know, it's worth noting that it debuffs leadership not just with the damage by artillery modifier. It also imbues take cover, as you can see here. It's not shown on the tooltip, but it's worth knowing that this is a -18 leadership malice that fires every 9 seconds, which is kind of crazy. Very powerful. Oh, and a beautiful final transmutation, and the upgraded version hits the Beastmaster and the Master, also hits the Sorceress. What you do here, if your opponent's got final transmutation, you can't run around in these hero cores like this, especially with squishy heroes and lords. You're just going to feed a ton of value and make it really hard for these guys to ever like find an opportunity to get new work done, because you've lost like half the HP on all of these heroes now. They're going to have to pull back and play really safe. And two of these heroes can actually do that. The Beastmaster and the Sorceress can. The Master being a combat character, though, it's going to be really hard to get value out of this guy now. You want to try and keep your heroes split up when you see your opponents brought in like Lord sniping AoE spells like that. War Hydra didn't get hit, though. War Hydra, honestly, a pretty decent monster. It's got good opportunities to like heal cap with another takes its place and the passive regeneration. But you do need to be very careful, especially when you see stuff like the Summoners of Rage out on the field. There's not a lot to punish the Summoners right now. There's no Cold One Knights. Really nothing else on the field right now for the Dark Elves. They bring out some hand bows. Probably not what you need right now. Honestly, the infantry corps for the Warriors of Chaos isn't really all that dangerous here. It's just Marauders, mostly, and the Aspiring Champions are not going to suffer from the Black Ark Corsair Kite all that much. They can pepper the Summoners of Rage a little bit, but these guys do have 25% missile resistance. 60 armor is okay, and they can just run away. Like, they've got 64 speed. They don't have to be in the line of fire of the Black Ark Corsairs all that much. They're pulling out of combat here. They got a little bit of damage off on the Hydra. Really good breath attack here, though. It's a really nice use of it. But down goes the Lord, dude. The Manticore hero actually lands in combat here and is able to kill the Beastmaster. Really nice dive from Jesse. Like, identifying weak targets and the opportunities where you can, like, hard punish them. Honestly, very well done. Oh, and another final transmutation comes down. Not overcasted. Honestly, you know, this one's not terrible. It's getting the Master to, like, his last little bit of HP. He's going to be pretty easy to finish off here. Chipping down the War Hydra is not that bad. This guy's basically done his job now. Just, like, one good Searing Doom in here could pretty much equal, like, the cost of bringing him in. Like, dropping it right here. Oh, no. Don't do that, game. Like, right in here. This is where you want to drop the Searing Doom. And just hammer those Black Ark Corsairs, who are kind of holding this lineup. Holding up the advance of the Warriors of Chaos. You do need to get up on the points quickly. You know, your opponent is pretty far ahead on you. But Jesse has been playing very patient, you know. This is definitely something that takes a little bit of time to learn. Dom games can go for a long time. Even if your opponent triple caps you out the gate, which you don't really want to let happen, you've still got, what, you know, 1,500 tickets, 3 per second, 500 seconds. Still got like 8 minutes, or a little bit longer than 8 minutes, to like scrap in a game before you like, you know, completely run out of time. But if you just take a single cap and play patiently, use your like superior range, spell casting, and, you know, hard-hitting mobile units to full advantage. You know, yeah, your opponent's got almost 700 tickets by the 5-minute mark. You've got plenty of time to, like, compound on your value lead here, though, and cap up another point, and you'll have more than enough time to be able to secure a triple cap while still value trading against your foe. It's just being done very well here. Like, the aspiring champions, they're struggling a little bit. Honestly, a little surprised. I don't really know what's happening. I think maybe the Soul of Damnation might have friendly fired them a few times. That can happen. There have been some Flocks of Doom also that can wear these guys down pretty bad. Yeah, I think it is the Soul of Damnation friendly firing a little bit. But Blackguard Corsairs are also fairly decent combatants, so they are probably actually grinding out a fair amount of value here. That's crazy, dude. Not a unit that I would have expected to put such a punishing amount of damage in on Aspirings, but one of them's still fairly healthy. The War Hydra here being dealt with very efficiently with Hellstriders and then the Summoners of Rage coming in. And you might have seen it, I didn't talk about it much, but the Summoners of Rage are just sitting back here, not doing anything. So you might be thinking, like, why are you not engaging the War Hydra? It's, like, doing a bunch of damage. You know, it might cause a terror out in the front line. It's gotten a bunch of value. Why not just send your counter unit in and finish them off? But, you know, pushing back the infantry first, and then bringing a Hellstrider in, and then engaging with the Summoners of Rage, gives them a much easier fight. It's going to mean that they break the leadership on this thing a lot quicker, and then they're just chipping it down and actually end up shattering it, which is pretty awesome. You don't even need to kill it at this point, because you can just let it rout off the field, and it'll take ages for it to do that. And your opponent's never going to be able to resummon it. Not that that would really help the Dark Elves, but little plays like that can actually make a difference in some games. Just because this can be pretty annoying. Shattering it also means that, of course, it can't heal. And it just frees your units up to, like, go elsewhere quicker. So, really nice for the Warriors of Chaos. They do need to cap the number 1. The number 3 is being taken by some spears, but Forsaken moving over, they should have a pretty easy time of this. It's just infantry spam for Agamemnon at this point in the game. You never want to be in this position. You've lost your Lord. You lost your big monster. You don't have any mobility out. Your caster is on death's bed, and your opponent is, like, trying to finish them off. The hell was that? Doombolt? Really? Wait, where did that... Oh, the, I know from where. It was the, Doomfire Warlocks over here. They have a, Bound Doombolt ability. Honestly, you know, Doomfire Warlocks, people don't use them all that much, but they're honestly not a bad unit. And Doombolt and Soul Blight, like, you get 2 uses of each of these. It can actually be pretty impactful if you get both of the uses off. And use these guys to, like, hound down your opponent's mobility. Like, they beat up on Hellstriders. They clearly got some pretty solid value. They're there with 1,200. Maybe having them out a little bit sooner to, like, hammer into the flanks of a lot of those early fights could have made a bigger impact for the Dark Elves. Kind of hard to say. Blackguard of Naggarond, I wouldn't even send the Forsaken in here. Just have the Soul of Damnation kill them. It's got 2,000 value. It's just farming the Dark Elves, man. The Dark Elves had no answers for this thing. Not that they have a bunch, but I think you can use Doombolt to, like, kill the crew. And you can also bring, well, actually, you don't have Metal Magic as the Dark Elves. I always forget that they don't. Maybe just, I don't know what you do as the Dark Elves against this damn thing. Like, the Soul of Damnation is a really odd unit. It's borderline OP, because some factions really don't have ways to shut it down. It fires ridiculously fast. It's got a shit ton of ammo. You can see the value trade potential it has. It actually does friendly fire the Forsaken here. That is one of the drawbacks of it. For whatever reason, it loves killing its own units. But, you know, Warriors of Chaos are, like, up in value enough that it doesn't really matter. That is one way, I guess, that you could counter it. Just, like, get all your stuff into the middle of combat. And it's going to be a little less effective at hitting your units without doing some friendly fire damage. But just pounding away, man. And that leadership leadership malice that it imbues cannot be underestimated. It is brutal losing 18 leadership on just about any unit in the game. Doesn't matter what it is. You really, really don't want to just eat it all game. YCA. They really went all out on this model. It's pretty gruesome. Funny unit. Yeah, absolutely, man. Have a good night. Catch it around. You don't have to watch live. But, you know, I appreciate you being here and checking it out. Yeah, aspirings are good. Ever since people figured out just how well they hold in domination mode, they've really started to see a ton of play. And they've really been shining. Very impressive unit, you know. Very unique unit, too. There's not a lot of, like, proper 16 model infantry units in the game. And just the durability on these guys with the crazy high HP pool that they have. Not a lot of factions can contend with them. Cold One Chariots. I didn't see where the Cold One Chariots were doing work. They got some okay value there. Trying to think of some notes for the Dark Elves here. They got a really good ticket lead early. Keeping the Hero Core split apart so that Final Transmutation doesn't just farm them. This guy got 2,800 value. That's pretty gross. Really don't want to let Metal Casters get that much. That's probably the biggest thing, because the Lord died pretty early, and then leadership problems set in. Because you lose 16 leadership from your Lord dying. You got minus 18 leadership on whatever the Soul of Damnation is hitting. It just sent the Dark Elves running really early into the battle, and that was too much to handle. Not many factions are going to be able to scrap once their Lord goes down, and the Soul of Damnation is just farming them from afar, absolutely unanswered. So probably just hiding this guy, making sure that he doesn't get sniped, maybe using him on the flanks a little more aggressively, and trying to counterfire the Sorcerer Lord on the Manticore. That might be one way you can do it, because this guy's missile hits hard as hell. And it's got pretty good range on it. Like, we'll come over here and I'll show it off for a sec. Just so you can see. They're pretty cheap. Scourge Runner. Tormentor Sword is really strong. Honestly, almost always worth it. I mean, honestly, maybe you could bring the Featherfoe Torque against Warriors of Chaos, because they got a lot of Flying Lords. And a lot of those Flying Lords for the Warriors are actually pretty meta here. Azazel's really good against Dark Elves. Sartorial, really good against Dark Elves. You know, he's got all the metal magic in the world. Sorcerer Lords, you don't see much, but, you know, they've got lots of flying mounts, including dragons. The debuff could be nice. It's a pretty speculative spend. It's only 100 gold. There are probably some matchups where it can help out, but 1350 and this, this frickin', Scourge Runner missile, you know, 200 AP damage, fires 2 shots with an 80 bonus versus large, 36 ammo, and he fires every 6 seconds. He's an absolute nightmare. This guy will value trade up for you all day. Excellent, excellent Lord. But, you know, being very careful with him is a must there when you see that your opponent is going to be going for a Lord sniping attempt. What's the cast range? Only 100 meters, so you can outrange the Final Transmutation with this guy's Scourge Runner missile. Because it's 150 meters, reasonably far. And just like bullying your opponent and kiting him around a little bit more probably would have been really good for Agamemnon. Really didn't have to like rush in and recklessly engage the Warriors of Chaos front line. Honestly, everything about that build was okay, other than just getting nailed early on. Jesse just recognized an opportunity and took full advantage. Sometimes your opponent just makes really good plays, and there's not a lot you can do about it. Can't win every game. Where are we? So we just watched this one. Did we watched one of Tabith's games. I don't think we didn't see this one, though. Look at all these Dark Elf players and their War Hydras nowadays, man. I love it. They're fairly strong monsters. Their breath attacks are honestly pretty nasty. Like firing onto the flanks of fights, like we saw in that last game, did a bunch of damage to a lot of the blobbed up infantry that the Warriors of Chaos had. I'm not 100% sold on bringing big monsters into the Tomb Kings, just because, like, Chosen of the Gods and units like that just pound them so freaking hard. But, it's got some utility here. It can do damage to Cetra for sure. That's probably the biggest, benefit to having it available here. Couple Scourge Runner Chariots. Blackheart Corsairs will just grind zombies into dirt. Like, not even dust, man. Like, actual dirt. They beat Skeleton Warriors and Spears so freaking hard. It's not even funny. Amazing unit for the Dark Elves. These guys are pretty underrated. Lots of people bring Witch Elves, and Witch Elves can definitely get a lot of work done. But, against factions that have, like, decent, archers, like the Tomb Kings, and, like, Horse Archers, I do think Blackheart Corsairs are a safer bet because of the armor they have. It's not the most armor in the world at 80, but it is enough to survive, like, the worst of your opponent's, like, Horse Archer skirmish play. These Horse Archers getting absolutely pounded by the Scourge Runner Chariots now. Not a lot you can do about it except avoid them. Scourge Runner Chariots are just nasty against Skirmish Cavalry. They feast upon their souls. It typically ends up being a really brutal trade for the person who doesn't have the Scourge Runners. Using Usirians, don't ever use Usirians on units like this. It does no damage to them. You can see barely affecting these guys. Saving those casts for Dark Riders, and especially Cold One Knights. Just save Usirians for Cold One Knights, Tabith. This is where the real value would be. Because an Usirians on these guys will legit take them down to about half health. Like, that's a little bit of poke at Scourge Runners, and Chariots can be a little menacing for the Tomb Kings, but it's just better not to overspend there. It's just not that efficient of a target. Like, you'd be getting, like, 400 or 500 with an Usirians on this unit, as opposed to, like, the 200 you got over here. And the cost efficiency game is, like, the calling card of domination mode. You know, especially when there's just, like, summons all game. You want to just, like, steadily overtake your opponent on the value trading front. Especially as the Tomb Kings. Because Tomb Kings have bad cap weight. We've talked about it so many times now, but it just is always worth repeating. You've got, like, bad cap weight across the board for your faction as a whole. You really need the advantage in the value game to take victories with these guys. Cetra is fighting Spears. Not really the best use of his time. He's better on the charge. So using him to, like, run down these Bleak Swords and through the Corsairs would be where he could shine better. You are dealing with the front line pretty well, though. Yeah, countercharging the Scourge Runner is not a bad idea with Cetra either. He can do pretty good damage to targets like this. They don't have the most melee defense in the world, so he's having a pretty good time, but definitely doesn't want to get caught up by the Cold One Knights. That's going to be a really awful time for him. These guys are just, like, hard-hitting with their AP, good bonus versus large. They got a lot of mass, so if they pin him down, it can be really difficult to escape. He's got a little bit of a window, but you can see it's a little bit of a struggle. But we do have Nekar Horsemen coming in here to help out, which is going to be pretty nice. They're definitely going to be able to save Cetra's bacon here. New Syrians right now, I'm telling you, right here. It'll finish this Cold One Knight unit off. Then you can use Cetra more aggressively to go hammer down some of the infantry. Gotta get your Sepulchral Stalkers off of spears, because these guys are really bad in melee combat under the best circumstances. They just don't have a lot of damage output. They're very reliant on that bonus versus large. Against a spear unit, they're just going to down trade for days, dude. They get nothing done hanging out here. And these Dread Spears are going to end up with like 1,000 value if you're not careful. They do get some good shots off here. That is actually pretty nice. They're peeling for Cetra pretty well. But, yeah, the Dark Elves are just all over this infantry backline now. Like, the Skeleton Archers have all been taken offline. There have been some really good Burning Heads here. 800 value on a Burning Head caster against the Tomb Kings is pretty nasty. Because, you know, spears don't cost all that much. So that just is a testament to how much damage the Burning Heads have actually done for her to be up here already. At a reasonable amount of value. And Cetra just getting folded up by the Cold One Knights and the Dark Riders. Very unfortunate. Things you could have done a little differently. More Usirians on the Cavalry. No Usirians on the Scourge Runners. This might honestly not be a very good matchup for Cetra on the Sphinx. Like, maybe bringing him on the horse and just trying to use his magic and use him as a little bit of support might be honestly a better call here. Dark Elves just have so many counters to big monsters. Like, they got all these repeater crossbows, they got Cold One Knights, they can trap stuff and tar pit it with Dark Riders. They've got some pretty nasty big monsters in their own right, and they've got the potential to bring a big lord like Malekith with Soul Stealer, which is just absolutely disgusting at chipping down lords like Cetra. You know, it's a big Spirit Leech that heals in a massive AoE. And it can definitely leave Cetra looking a little perishable, you know. Good value on the archers. 1,100 there, man. Horse archers. Probably don't want horse archers here. Scourge Runners just hard counter skirmish cav. And Dark Riders also do enough damage with their volleys. They can usually beat a skeleton horse archer just in like the shooting phase of the game. I think the value that you'd get out of these guys is pretty negligible here. You could probably cut both of these dudes and get a Tomb Guard Halberd. Having a durable infantry unit for the Tomb Kings can make a big difference for them. Like, you could do combat Cetra in this matchup. Bring Nerus and Usirians. And the Restless Dead. He's much cheaper. Do a couple halberds. Do your warriors and spears. The sword and board skeleton warriors, honestly, I would say never ever bring them. Like, they don't even do any damage, really. Like, the spears, at least, can uptrade a little bit if they get engagements against Dark Riders and units like that, so they're almost always worth it. If you do desperately want an infantry unit that can fight back and trade against your opponent's front line, Nekara Warriors are where you should really rest your hopes and dreams. Or like a Tomb Guard, but, you know, Burning Head is just so devastating for the Tomb Kings. It really messes you up, dude. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. You just hope that your opponent doesn't get just fat value with it. The Ushopsi were pretty nice. I do like them here. Their impact was not really amazing, but a lot of that just came down to the fact that your opponent had like really strong tools in the early mid game to be able to like get on top of these guys and shut them down with the Cold One Knights. Some good focus from Usirians, you can probably mitigate most of that. And you just keep Cetra behind the front line. and he just like jumps into combats where your opponent's like trying to push units through. He pops the debuff with Blessed Blade here, goes ham, gets some support from some cavalry, and you just try to like outvalue trade the Dark Elves from there. That'd probably be pretty nice for you. And the Eyes of the Desert really can't afford to play off angles all that much. Their missile's really short range, so they oftentimes are putting themselves in a lot of danger. And like I said, they're just awful in melee combat. Like, their stats are just not good. Like, they'll get ground down by anything with anti-large. Even, like, dread spears and stuff like that. And forget about them getting dove by multiple units. They have to sit in with your main formation and just be a deterrent for your opponent trying to push into your archer lines. That's really where the Eyes of the Desert can get good value. You can do whatever you want with the reinforcements, really. He honestly, Tabith, he kind of did. Like, the Tomb Kings are pretty predictable. That's one of the drawbacks to them. They just get called out a lot. Like, almost everybody is expecting Cetra, you know? Like, if you've got an answer to Cetra as a faction, you've got a pretty good matchup against the Tomb Kings. They don't have a lot of mix-ups, unfortunately. But, maybe it's time for Arkan and Kotep to make a little bit of a comeback. Just so people are not, like, hard countering, like, the same thing over and over again. Because most people are, like, looking for the Chosen of the Gods. They're waiting for the Eyes of the Desert. They're looking to isolate Cetra. And they're bringing, like, Burning Head to counter all your infantry. Tomb Kings just need a DLC, man. They need more units. Like, they don't have anything here. They've got no variety, you know? They're just getting a little bit, they're just at a point where other factions have, you know, been buffed up. A lot of people are restricting, like, the double Sphinx styles, and they're suffering as a result, you know? You could, I wouldn't give up on them. They've definitely got really good matchup. They're good into most of the Chaos factions, actually. Because Chaos factions are pretty expensive, so you're not getting overwhelmed by numbers. Which is really, generally, the factions that the Tomb Kings struggle the most against, are factions that can go wide and have good magic. So, like, Dark Elves, High Elves are a pretty bad matchup for the Tomb Kings. Empire, pretty good against Tomb Kings. Chaos Dowie with their good shooting and numbers can really manhandle you. Plus, they've got armored infantry. Like, cheap armored infantry. That can be a struggle for the Tomb Kings, of course, outside of, like, Cetra and the Chosen of the Gods. But, you know, those units can't be everywhere all at once. And, I don't know. Wood Elves are kind of rough, but you got lots of silver shields. You just have to play so damn carefully with the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are a faction where if you play perfectly, you can win just about any matchup. And it's very, you don't have too many horrendous matchups. Like, even in these High Elves, Dark Elves, matchups that can be pretty rough for you because of the good shooting and numbers that your opponent can bring. With, like, good combat characters and magic that can counter your infantry and lord at the same time. Even there, these are a lot less bad than, say, like, Skaven versus Dowie, where the Dowie basically can't win the matchup no matter what they do. Like, a Skaven player basically literally has to just completely fuck the game up in order to lose the dwarves. You know, Tomb Kings don't have any matchups like that. They do have, like, a fair number of matchups that skew against them, like 60-40. But they are micro-intensive, and they require, like, pretty pinpoint positioning and they're pretty box-focused. So if your opponent can, like, break open the box and, like, force all of your chaff off the field early and leave your good stuff isolated, it gets really ugly. And Tomb Kings tend to fall apart at that point. They don't fight back from a value deficit at all. They're one of the worst factions at it. I would say Tomb Kings, Cathay... Empire's honestly okay at it, but Cathay, Tomb Kings, Skaven, and Dowie, I guess, are probably the factions that are the absolute worst in the game at scrapping back into a match if they get if they start value trading poorly early. Because they are very reliant on formations and ranged units to, like, keep them on points and in a winning position. And once that falls apart, they're pretty slow, or their melee units just don't really cut it, and there's not that much uptrade potential in the melee grind phase. Like, if they basically has nothing melee infantry-wise, they're pretty much all skewed to, like, play from a distance and, like, hope that their opponents are forced to play into them. You know, Tomb Kings aren't too far off. I mean, Tomb Kings don't even have something like Jade Lancers. Because Jade Lancers at least have a lot of armor and hit pretty hard on the charge. The closest thing you have is the Tomb Kings to something like that is Nakar Horsemen, who are honestly really not all that dangerous. Their charge bonus is awful. Like, I honestly think that the Nakar Horsemen could do with a pretty serious, like, tune-up. Because they should get a cost increase. They should go up to, like, 750 gold. They should get up to, like, 70 armor and get better melee stats, and I think that they would be in a pretty good spot. And they would fill, like, a niche that's separate from the Skeleton Horsemen, because these two basically fill the same role right now. Nakar Horsemen are just a little bit better at hanging into combat, while the Skeleton Horsemen are, you know, just, like, 250 gold cheaper and are really only there just to, like, cycle charge stuff. It's funky. You know, that's just the way the game is. Some factions get less love than others. You should play Dark Elves and Empire anyways. Just mix it up, man. Like, after a while of playing one faction, you, like, really... Sometimes you can kind of, like, fall out of love with them, and going and playing other factions and coming back to them, oftentimes, playing those other factions, gives you a better idea of how to play your main. Really and truly, I think that's something that a lot of people could benefit from. You want to learn one faction to start off with, but the branching out and trying out other stuff is only going to benefit you in the long term. So many Dark Elf players, but hell yeah, let's get it. They're such a cool faction, the Dark Elves. And they've honestly got, they've got a lot more teeth to them than their win rates on the, on Total Tavern might suggest otherwise. I really don't think they're all that bad. They're not a bottom-dwelling faction like their win rate might suggest. They're a little bit micro-intensive and hard to play. But if you make, like, max use of their kite, they can be pretty, brutalizing. They've got answers for most everything in the game. Really the thing that holds them back is just the low HP, but that's, like, you know, the problem with all of the elf factions. I don't know what CA was thinking by giving elves so little HP. Like, what they really need to do, if they're, like, gonna skew the stats, like, the idea, I think, was, oh, we're gonna give these guys, like, really good melee stats, to compensate for the low HP, but I think they should just give all the elves, like, physical resistance. Because my understanding is that on tabletop, elf units have, like, a lot of, like, ward save type of, dealios, like dodge and stuff like that. That's not really reflected in the game outside of a handful of units. And I think, like, a 10% physical resistance on all of their, units wouldn't really be breaking the bank on them. It would not push them into overpowered territory. I think it would just be, you know, a nice little boost to them in a lot of matchups, and there would still be ways around that, obviously, with, like, magic damage. It's not that big of a resistance. It just seems fairly reasonable to me. Drazho is getting absolutely teed off on. This is why these freaking Scourge Runner characters are so dangerous. Because a lot of this is actually Rakarth. You know, like, the Scourge Runner chariots are doing a decent amount of damage as well, but every time Rakarth's missiles are hitting is where it's really chipping HP off of poor Drazhoath here. This guy doesn't have a healing like the other Hashut Bale Taurus characters do. You know, the Sorcerer Prophets have Chalice of Blood and Darkness, and this guy just doesn't. That's why you don't see Drazhoath all that much. But he's got Flames of Asgore, and you saw how much damage it can do here. It's best not to use it on an infantry piece. Like, a Blackguard Corsair's not that important to clear with Flames of Asgore. You really want to use Flames of Asgore to kill Cold One Knights and stuff like that. That's like blobbing up on your trains. And that's really where it can get some good work done. Burning Head just gets like the perfect path through the Granite Guard, but 100 armor mitigates most of the damage. I mean, they still take 1,300 HP's worth, but really not that big of a deal at the end of the day, and they're starting to get some shots in here, man. God, these Dowie blunderbusses are so freaking cool. And the with the missile changes, you can see they're actually firing a lot better than they would have in the last patch, which is making a big difference for the Chaos Dwarves. Excuse me. They also got HP buffs, so I think these guys are going to start becoming a little bit more of a mainstay. Like the Granite Guard and the standard Chaos Dowie Blunderbuss variant. They've got some serious damage potential to, like, bully, like, expensive units around. If they just get, like, a couple volleys off, they can shatter Cold One Knights pretty quickly. You can see these guys got absolutely massacred by just a few scattered shots from the Granite Guard there. That was a disgusting Burning Head, by the way. Oh my god. 2 sneaky gets here get absolutely flamed by that Sorceress here. It's got almost 1,000 value. Only 2 Burning Heads and already up to 1,000. Plenty more where that came from, too. The Dark Elves are honestly overpressing, I would say. I've been talking a lot about, like, individual units, but just to get to tactics for a moment. Dark Elves took the #1 early. Like, just stay back here, you know? You don't want to, like, rush up into a gunline faction on their own ground. Terrible idea. And Chaos Dowie have the tools to answer Cold One Knights pretty effectively. Bull Centaur Renders just massively out-trade them in a one-on-one. Because these guys just hit so freaking hard. They got pretty good melee defense and melee attack. You know, they've got low armor, so the AP on the Cold One Knights doesn't matter all that much. They don't want to take a one-on-one per se, but they still win it reasonably well so that they can stick in and get a little bit of extra damage. And they're just very cost-effective in this matchup. They just hit damn hard, and you know then you've got to contend with blunderbusses. And goodness gracious me, are Infernal Guard Fireglaves an absolute nightmare for the Dark Elves in this matchup, because they have so much range, they fire so fast, they eat Cold One Knights for breakfast too, and if you charge Cold One Knights into Fireglaves in melee, it's really not a great trade either. Like, the Cold One Knights do reasonable damage in melee to Fireglaves, but it's still not a value trade fight in favor of the Dark Elves, so they're getting a little fortunate here with these Burning Heads that have made it look a little bit better than it really is right now. Like, Mistlaw here has a value lead, but if you really want to look at it from an objective standpoint, none of the important units for the Chaos Dowie have really been handled. Like, Drazhoath is very low. He's fed a lot of inflated value in this game. He just needs to, he could finish Rakarth here, but then he just needs to go hang out in the back line, I think. Just so he doesn't die and the Chaos Dowie lose a bunch of leadership. And I think the Chaos Dowie can just, like, push from here and re-secure objectives, and it'll be game over, mostly. The Burning Heads are really just not putting in that much work on these missile units. Kind of wasting them on those targets. Like, should have just cast it here, man. Like, look at all these low armor infantry and chaff that could be getting hit here. You could just cast it, like, right up the middle of these units and have done nasty work to them. Ash Storm goes down, slowing the speed on Rakarth, as well as imbuing fire weakness, and, you know, Drazhoath just gets in there and finishes him off, and he hasn't done amazingly, but he's hanging in there, dude. He's gotten 1800 value. He's helping terror out the Scourge Runner Chariot now. The Chariots were doing really nice work, but they ran out of ammo. They get stuck in as they're trying to run through because there's no infantry to pull back through, so they just get tar pitted and are going down. And the Dark Elves are still going for it, man. Like, trickling in too much. Dark Elves are not a rush faction. Do not use them to try and press your opponent's home point. You want to frustrate your opponent with the Elves, especially the Dark Elves. Like, you can, like, take this point, hold your home objective, keep most of your forces up over here. As your opponent is, like, trying to push in, you've got your Scourge Runners to, like, hit the expensive targets, as well as, like, chip away at trains, and, like, run over their Orc Laborers in, like, exposed infantry positions. And then you need to develop out some, like, proper answers to the Granite Guard and stuff. Because there's no Dark Shards or any of the other, like, really scary range tools that the Dark Elves can get fat value out of in this matchup. Dark Shards with the Silver Shields are amazing at countering the Chaos Dowie as best units. They hit hard as hell against trains. They're really good at hammering down Granite Guard and the Infernal Fireglaves who don't have any protection in the form of a shield. And the AP is just so filthy, dude. Like, these guys hit hard. They're a must-have in this matchup. It's okay to bring them in reserve, honestly. But I don't think you want to be trying to overpress with without them, in my opinion. Chariots are hounding down the Granite Guard here pretty nicely now. It's not completely out of reach for the Dark Elves, but it's not looking great. Like, you're not in triple cap territory. Your opponent just took the #1 objective. They don't have a lot of durable cap weight here, but they do still have enough chaff to be able to support the expensive units they've got here. These Bull Centaur Renders are pretty beat up, but they can still get their value back here with a good charge, which is what they do. They do take a charge against the Coldwind Dread Knights. They'll go down here for sure. But they probably will end up with about 1,500 before they get taken off the field here. 1442, that's good enough. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are chipping some damage in. You do need something on here to hold this cap away from the Dark Elves. You don't want to just give this up. But we do have a bit of back pressure coming in, and the Orc Laborers with the Iron Demon run over the Dark Shards, who are just, you know, lonely, don't have any support to shut this thing down. Iron Demons are nasty, man. Such a good unit. I don't think they're as much of a carry piece anymore, though. Because Chaos Dowie kind of relied on them pretty heavily in the last patch. But I think that a lot of the buffs have just not been experimented with enough by Dark Elf players, or not Dark Elf players, but Chaos Dowie players yet. To like really figure out some new strategies to win a lot of these matchups. And I've noticed that a lot of people are still playing fairly similar styles to what they were last season. Which isn't really a bad thing. I mean, it still works for the most part. It's just like what people are expecting from the Chaos Dwarves still. And I really do think that the HP increases on their infantry have made them a lot more viable. And I think you'll eventually start to see a little bit more box play from the Chaos Dwarves than you have in the past. Because it was not a very viable style because of how expensive their armies were. And how squishy their missiles and infantry were. But I think the HP buffs might get them over the top. And Sneaky Gets, I've been seeing a little bit more. And they actually value traded pretty well here. Like, this unit almost got its value back, which is honestly pretty decent. Considering they've been getting hit by a lot of burning heads. And have been pressing very, very aggressively into the backline without a ton of support. They're a sneakily strong unit, man. They were borderline viable last patch. But the leadership was a little bit too much to handle. But they got up to a similar value as the regular Hobgoblin Cutthroat. And I think that might be enough to make them, you know, a more standard choice into the future. Dark Elf's trying to scrap, they bring out a War Hydra, but there's just way too many Bull Centaur renders out right now. You know, Bull Centaur renders are really good against expensive elite cavalry like Coldwood Knights, but they're very inefficient against Dark Riders. Dark Riders have a pretty good charge bonus, and like 2 or 3 Dark Riders trading into a Bull Centaur render really isn't that big of a deal. Like, you can afford to throw those guys in here and just tar pit these dudes while you pepper them with missiles, and you can usually kill Bull Centaur renders pretty quickly by doing that. They're not as OP as they were when they got released. They've become a very balanced unit with a lot of counterplay to them. These Wolf Raider archers doing really nicely, more blunderbusses. Dude, just so many blunderbuss units coming up. Like, there's 3 of them out on the field right now. They've been doing a very good job, too, especially the Granite Guard, who have almost doubled their value, and they've been pretty hard focused this game. Like, a lot of burning heads on them, as well as some dives from, like, Coldwood Knights and Scourge Runner Chariots, and they've just been hanging in there, dude. Like, those solid melee stats and the AP damage they have really coming in handy. And then just, obviously, their ability to shoot and poke at range. And dig in, dude. Like, getting 40% more range on a blunderbuss unit is actually pretty crazy. Because they're up to a pretty respectable amount. 126 range. Reaching out, hitting you from afar with as powerful as these missiles are. Pretty gross. I'm expecting to see them a lot more. And you should too. The only weakness is they don't have a shield. The standard blunderbuss units actually have a silver shield. Which probably makes them a little bit better in a pure, like, trade against other ranged tools. But if you need, like, a little bit of extra range, the Granite Guard got you, man. Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets coming out. They must have been resummoned, because they've got a lot of value for the fact that they just got run over here. Yeah, I mean, the Dark Elves just, they didn't have any way back into that game. It was kind of just a slow grind down. They did not need to press back onto this home objective for the Chaos Dowie. They really should have just focused on trading this objective back and forth and value trading. That's where the Dark Elves get really nasty, is, like, pushing back and forth and trading objectives with opponents. Because you're so fast as the Dark Elves. You do not have to grind into your opponents. That really does not work with this faction and the HP that's available on their units. They're very squishy. I mean, you can see it here. The infantry did not value trade at all, and the Scourge Runners got big value, but once they ran out of ammo, and the Dark Elves stopped playing any kind of kite, pretty much entirely, is where they really started to fall off. You basically have to play a kite game the entire game as Dark Elves. It's a commitment to these guys. It's not for the faint of heart. What's up, Ninja? How's it going, man? My admiration is, like, deep for people who are committed to the elf factions, because they're very difficult to play. Alright, what have we got next? We've got... we just watched this one. Saw that. Did we see this Khorne versus... yeah, this is different from one of the other ones that we've had, so... Grognar, Asbjorn coming in here. You know, one Marauder Horseman. It's actually a fairly... this is actually a really good build from this Khorne player against the Chaos Dowie. It's not, like, well-tuned for this kind of a Chaos Dowie build, but, it does have tools in spades, as well as, like, just, like, reasonable amounts of cap weight, which is where, Chaos Dowie can struggle sometimes. Bloodletter's really good in this matchup. Blood Beasts and Minotaurs, pretty good against trains, as well as just for shock damage against the infantry when they can.
These are our virtues.
Hell yeah.
Fly at the foe. Show Khorne your honor.
Hell yeah. Skulltaker and Valky have some really cool pre-battle speeches, but anyways, we've got them up on the Juggernaut here. The Juggernaut honestly isn't that bad. It's really good for if you're going to try and snipe characters, or if you need him to just be a combat piece. Because he does tend to perform a little bit better in melee, like, sustained melee grinds when he's on the Juggernaut. Obviously, the healing is really nice on him. But against a really heavy range factions, like the Chaos Dowie, sometimes the Blood Throne isn't even going to be enough to save him, because the Gore Feast heal is only a 0.10 heal in combat. It's like the Hunger. It's good. It's not, it's not going to keep him from getting burst down by, like, fire glaives and stuff. And the Juggernaut gives him a little bit more speed and, like, opportunity at being a little bit more, what's the word? Perspicacious in where he's, moving around the battlefield and looking for, cleaner opportunities to, just get pure damage trades in. Blazing Beards of Basharik are going to be annoying. The Infernal Guard are honestly not very good in this matchup. They've got solid stats, so they can hold the line really well, but there's no missile play behind these guys, which would be really nice. There is a Drazhoath pick again. Obviously, Asbjorn really likes this dude. And I think he is probably, honestly, he might actually be the meta pick now. I was thinking, you probably want to bring Astrogoth, but the risk of Skulltaker finding Astrogoth is probably a little bit too risky now, because, you know, Skulltaker can just beat the living crap out of Astrogoth now. And Drazhoath can still fight Valkia pretty capably, and also pick fights a little bit better against Skulltaker. So I don't hate it. Gotta protect your Wolf Raider Cav. Wolf Raider Cav are really risky against Khorne because Furies find them for just like 1 sec. Boom, you lost a 600 gold unit. Or 575 now. I forget that they got cost reductions. Chaos Dowie just got so many changes, dude. It's really nice. And Infernal Guard Fireglaves, fat value on these Marauder Horsemen. These throwing axes should not have been in the backline. This is the worst place to put skirmish cav with short ranges like this. They are not meant to go into the backline. They sit behind your front line and throw their axes against big stuff like the Demon's Tongue and Drazhoath. Or they sit on the flanks and they get side charges on chaff infantry, which they clear out really well. Especially the Khorne Marauders, who have a ton of weapon strength, good charge bonus. They absolutely manhandle Orc Laborers and Hobgoblin-type units. Not so good against Sneaky Gits, though. It is worth keeping in mind, just because these freaking Precursor missiles hit so hard. But against a standard Hobgoblin Cutthroat, you can use the Marauder Horsemen to charge those guys down. And they're not good at, and they're not bad against the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. They can't take a head-up fight against a Wolf Raider Cav, but if they get a counter charge, they're really good at cracking those guys down. Very common mistake to make. Do not stack infantry like this. The Marauders should pull out here so the Bloodletters can get in and actually engage, because what's happening right now is there's like very few Bloodletters actually making contact with the Infernal Guard. Marauders are basically useless against this heavy armor and this much melee defense. The Bloodletters can actually grind pretty effectively against those guys, and the Marauders should be, they should honestly be, like, working around the side here and getting ready to intercept Infernal Guard Fireglaves and other missile units that are trying to move up. That's really what their role is in this matchup. And also providing, buffering for the Blood Beasts and stuff. And they're kind of doing that over here. Ash Storm comes down, does a decent amount of assistance, slowing speed, making stuff weak to fire. Well, I thought a lot of units have a lot of fire damage here, but Drazhowith does, so it's helping him kill some of these Blood Beasts who are hanging out here. Iron Demon, man. Gotta have your Minotaurs keeping this thing in check. You can't afford to let terror routes just crack open your Marauder front line. It's really brutal. These Iron Demons are an absolute nuisance for Khorne to deal with. It can be hard to lock these guys down. And opponents, if you're playing the Chaos Dwarves, you can use your Iron Demons pretty easily to like bait Minotaurs into gun line positions and just shoot them to pieces, man. That's what these Infernal Guard need to be doing right now. Finally turning about face, the Iron Demon. The Demon's Tongue ROR trying to pull away. Doing a reasonable job of it. Just needs to stay on the move here. Can't really afford to stop. As long as it's moving, Minotaurs have a pretty hard time hitting it. They've got about the same speed. And you've always got more power that you can activate here to speed your progress along for the Iron Demon. Sneaky Gits come in. They didn't get a lot of value from their ammunition. I'm a little surprised at that. Khorne Gors fighting Sneaky Gits. You can see the Sneaky Gits actually grinding down a pretty expensive unit. Khorne Gors are honestly pretty good at trading against other infantry for the most part, but anything with bonus versus infantry and like semi-reasonable leadership can give them a run for their money. Even though the Khorne Gors are probably going to push the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits off, you see how much damage they took in the process. Not really worth it, in my opinion, for the Khorne Gors. You probably just want to use a Marauder to engage those Sneaky Gits. Ooh, Skulltaker getting massacred right now by those Fireglaves. These things are so strong, dude. God, they just value trade so well here. If you keep Fireglaves online and shooting against Khorne, they're an easy carry piece. I mean, they just counter pretty much all of the big targets. They massively outrange Marauder Horsemen. Really good Flames of Asgore here on these Marauder Horsemen, too. Been punishing the lack of micro on the throwing axis pretty hard. It's just really hurting Khorne's chances of getting any kind of win in this game, because the front line, it has been ground down pretty well. You can see most of the Infernal Guard are dead, but there's not a lot here to threaten the Infernal Guard. Khorne Gors coming across the field. There's some Bloodletters and Marauders trying to rally, but a lot of these guys are fairly low, and just a few volleys from these pretty quick-firing musket units is probably going to finish them before they can make it in. Then there's the Demon's Tongue, running these guys over, impeding their progress. The way that Khorne probably should have played this game, they didn't need to get all these objectives, dude. This just is something that you learn over time. It's a mistake I made constantly when I was a newer player. You don't have to cap every objective. Just take 2. And if your opponent's going to let you cap the point, what you do is you cap it, and then you run away. Like, pull off of it and force your opponent to, like, move units up so that they're not suffering under the weight of a triple cap. And then, like, build your units up just out of range and just out of reach of your opponent's, like, front line and missile units, and try to, like, bait them forward just inch by inch until you have them fighting on much more favorable ground for you, because Khorne fights pretty deep back here. I mean, it's at, like, the mid-line of the battlefield when you look at it, but the Chaos Dowie, with the fact that they just got really good shooting value, and were able to, like, throw up sneaky gets and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders out of the Vanguard, have just been able to wear down all of the really expensive Khorne 8 units. We're going to get to the end game, and I'm willing to bet you that none of the Bloodletters got their value back, as well as the Blood Beasts, because the Blood Beasts were kept in melee combat way too long. Blood Beasts are better as shock damage. They're not really good at, like, sitting and grinding a whole bunch. They really want to be running around the battlefield and, like, racking up charges and value that way, instead of just, like, sitting in. And the Furies that we saw earlier, like, we got one good kill on a Wolf Raider back here, but I didn't see enough of Furies diving onto the supporting units trying to rally in to help out the Chaos Dowie front line. Furies beat Fireglaves. Unironically, the Fireglaves lose in a one-on-one to a Khorne Fury. It doesn't make a ton of sense when you consider the cost differential and the fact that these guys have heavy armor, but I've seen it often enough and I've played the matchup enough to know that even if the Fireglaves do get lucky and they are able to kill the Fury unit, they usually lose like a good 2/3 of their HP, and they lose a bunch of models, more importantly. So Furies, like, diving on the Fireglaves while you engage the Chaos Dwarf front line, and just do your best to, like, impede the progress of the Iron Demons, is generally how Khorne wins these matches. And Marauder Horsemen, you have to use these guys very appropriately in this matchup. There's a lot of stuff that can outvalue them. There's, like, sneaky gets that can sneak up on them and throw their little darts in. There's Wolf Raider archers who just wreck them at range. It is a brutal trade for Khorne in that particular element of the skirmish game. And there's Fireglaves, Blunderbusses can outtrade them. Really the only thing that Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are good at, or good against in this matchup, is, like, kiting out Bull Centaur Renders. They're good against Kadai Fireborn, Destroyers, the Bale Taurus characters, and the Iron Demons. All very worthwhile targets, but you really shouldn't be bringing them in and just leaving them to get shot up, because I've seen, this is like, all 4 of the Marauder Horsemen that I've seen this game have either been killed by spells or just shot to pieces before they've really done anything. And yeah, the value is, like, fairly even, but that's very deceptive because, you know, demons crumble. Crumbling is not taken into account. And I have seen quite a few Khorne 8 Marauders, like, routing and getting killed as they route off, and then they get chased off the field. That's also not giving a very accurate reflection of this game. Sword of Khorne goes down, a little bit of a desperation play. 3,400 value on these guys. Woo-wee. I really do think that Infernal Guard Fireglaves coming out of reserve is actually more difficult for Khorne to deal with than them coming in the opener. I mean, I don't know why that is, but I think it might just be the fact that, you know, you're prepared for them early, but when you engage the front line of the Chaos Dwarves, they're fairly durable. It can take a while to get through them, and when the Infernal Guard Fireglaves push out of reserve, it's a little bit easier to protect them, because infantry are the real heavy counter to Infernal Guard Fireglaves. And yeah, Furies can outtrade the Fireglaves pretty hard, but if a Fury lands on a Fireglaive in the backline, they're still fairly close to the reserves, and you can run up a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider and use their pretty good charge bonus to like damage the Furies and just crack the Furies down, because Furies have bad leadership, and they're fairly squishy, so they can get absolutely wrecked by good counter-charging. And yeah, I mean, just very good Chaos Dowie play. Not overextending early, playing very patiently, not panicking, and this is not as close of a game as you'd really think it is. Like I said, Demonic Crumbling gives a very inflated idea of what the value trades really look like. And then the tickets, if your opponent's playing for value and you fall for their value trade strategy, it doesn't really matter how many tickets you get at the end of the game, because you lost on the macro level. But it was a very good attempt from Grognar, but definitely needs to be more careful with the Marauder Horseman. Doesn't need to overstretch to get into the Chaos Dowie lines. And just should have focused on trying to pull this army apart a little more. Because Chaos Dowie Elite Infantry fall apart when they get engaged on multiple angles. You know, like they're good in a one-on-one with their really high melee defense. And when they get fire support, but if they're not getting any kind of support, they're just a terrible unit, and they fall apart real quick to Bloodletters, hammering them from the front, and then like a Fury landing in behind them, and just chewing on them. It gets ugly really fast. This is a pretty even matchup, truth be told. I think it's like one of the more true 50-50 matchups in the game. And with all the buffs for the Chaos Dwarves, I wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe a little bit Chaos Dwarf favored now. Especially at the higher level, where the Chaos Dowie players are, like much more attuned to going up against the Blood God. Blood Beast did okay, the Minotaurs got good value, but they didn't kill the Iron Demon. So, like, functionally, this is just 700 or 1700 wasted value. So these things are obviously unbreakable, and it got 428 kills. It basically killed the entire front line for Khorne, you just can't let this happen. But sometimes you can't stop it. You know the train's coming, fear it, dread it, run from it. It will find you, and it will probably kill you. Then the Fireglaves. The Fireglaves are just left to shoot. And I've noticed that in a lot of Grognar's games now. I believe you played another Chaos Dowie main and let a Blunderbuss shoot all game, and it also got like 4,000 value. You have to deal with the guns. The melee infantry are not what you should be focusing on. You should try and force these guys out of position, chip them down, and pull them into areas of the battlefield where you can then surround them and just use the superior shock damage that Khorne has access to like really hammer them. Did we watch BC Boys vs. Tomb Kings? Let's give it a look here. We do have a Gorbel. Gorbel's very good against Cetra. But, Beastmen are pretty lightly armored. And Tomb Kings, lots of range. Definitely much stronger range than the Beastmen. As long as they can force the Beastmen onto favorable ground, the Beastmen can't just, surround them and engage everything all at once, then I think the Tomb Kings will be alright. But they're going for a little bit of a gambit opening. God, I love Beastmen for that. the Vanguard deploy strategies are really cool. There's actually, like, actually a fairly heavy metal front line going up to the number 2 objective. Working on the number 3, pulling back a little bit. Oh, because the skeleton horse archers are here. These guys shielded. This is the unshielded variant. So when you load into games against the Beastmen, and you see that the back, like their home objective is being capped, it's honestly not a bad idea to squeak forward and check out what it is, because there's a very limited number of units that could be capping this objective. It's either Blackhorn's Ravagers, it's Ungors of any type, Ungor Raiders, Ungor Spearmen, or the Axe variant, the Ungor Herd. And it's honestly not a bad idea to, like, pick at these guys with bow cavalry, because you can do it pretty safely. Because Ungor Raiders have 115 range. By the time Ungor Raiders are, like, closing in at the distance at which they can finally open up, you can see them coming out of stalk, and then you can just run away and outrange them, and then you can start value trading against the Ungor Raiders too. You just don't want to let Beastmen, like, sneak up on you, man. You've got to scout. They're like one of the few factions where using mobile units to, like, run up and peek at what hidden units are in the formation is actually really viable and important. So you can make like, good decisions as to where you want to take engagements. Because otherwise, you know, you can see all the Zangors and the Gore Herd. So wouldn't be super shocked if Tabith thinks the majority of units are here and thinks that there's just a handful of units, is actually kind of surprised to see all these Ungor Spear Herd here with the Ungor Raiders. Because there's really not a lot over here right now. The Beastmen are going to have a really good engagement on this flank. They might be able to keep the Tomb Kings bottled up back here for a little bit. They're being a little incautious with these Zangors. These Zangors should be just holding position, honestly. Like, if they just sit right here, and the Skeleton Archers are shooting at them, they've got the Silver Shields to survive through that. They're attracting a lot of focus fire. It's honestly a really good play from Tabith to use the Screaming Skull Catapult to hammer these guys. You know, it lowers their leadership pretty significantly. It did a really good job of punishing them for not holding and taking advantage of the shields. But the Skeleton Horse Archers, or not the Skeleton Horse Archers, the Skelly Archers need to be hard focusing the Ungor Raiders. You cannot let Ungor Raiders shoot all game. These guys are disgusting. They're like one of the most deceptively powerful units in the game. But they are very, very vulnerable to charges and getting countershot. Their surprise is what really gives them the edge in a lot of trades. Beastmen are doing pretty well on the middle objective. Cannot lie, but the Gorbel is not fighting Cetra. Gorbel really needs to be over here hitting Cetra. Centaurs did kill the Horse Archers back here, which is nice. Like, scouting the number 3 objective and getting a few shots on the Ungor Spear Herd is a good idea, but you have to keep an eye on your stuff and get them out of there once you see Centaurs come out. Centaurs win against every skirmish cab in the game. Where they tend to struggle is against cheaper melee variants. Like these 400 gold Skelly Horsemen who are cleaning up the Ungor Raiders right now. Using one of these guys to, like, scream around the field and go get a rear charge onto these Centaurs would be really cost-effective. Because Centis are 800 gold now. They're pretty expensive, and they can really falter in value trades against, like, really cheap units. Chasing down the Ungor Raiders is good. Done a very good job of getting rid of those Tabith. Very nicely played. And using the Nekara Horsemen to fight the Gore Herd is not a great idea. It's not a bad idea to charge them down with the Cav. What you don't want to do is leave them engaged in this fight. And the reason is just the weapon strength on Gore Herd against light armor is pretty insane. They got 42 weapon strength. They got reasonably high melee attack. The Nahakar Horseman should charge in, pull out, and cycle charge back in. And then all the while you're hitting them with the bow fire. But you're doing a pretty good job of cleaning up your back point. But the Beastmen have gotten a value lead, and you've lost your, you've lost quite a few units. And Cetra's just getting, the crap kicked out of him right now. I don't know how he cannot push out of here. I don't know what's happening with this. This is a little funky looking to me. But, Malagor is a deceptively good combat character. Gorbel is here also. Cetra's just, he's not cycle charging enough. Like, Cetra is at his best when his collision damage is doing the work for him. He's a lot less good when he just sits in combat. He tends to fall off pretty hard in those kind of engagements, which is why, honestly, Tabith, I think you should be bringing Cetra on the on horseback, because you really want to use Cetra's Sphinx to just act as a chariot type of unit. And you leave him engaged in melee combat an awful lot. And if he's on horseback, he gets way better stats for sustained fights. And he's honestly pretty nasty on horseback. You just don't see him on that because the most people use the Sphinx all the time. The Sphinx is really powerful, but you know, Beastmen can definitely punish him. They've got a lot of mobile mass. It's all fairly effective against him. And they've got deceptively powerful combat characters that they can use to, like, chase him down. And the Gorbel's already paid for himself, dude. 1100 value on him. Back objective you're securing slowly. Definitely need to chase all of these units off with horsemen and stuff. Your horsemen did get a little isolated back here, unfortunately. Like, multiple Centaur units are usually able to outtrade an equal number of melee cav. It's not great. Like, it wasn't a beautiful trade for the Beastmen, but Beastmen love even fights because they just get up on points so quickly. And that's going to be game, unfortunately. Beastmen are tough to play against, man. They were banned all last season, so I think a lot of people just aren't very familiar with how to play against them. I honestly think Arkan might be really good against Beastmen, because he's got summons to muck up the works and impede the like flow of units on the battlefield, and he can also just Spirit Leech like Gorbel or Malagor all game and kill those guys, and deny them the opportunity to uptrade into Cetra. You know, the Great Bows came out a little late. They didn't have many opportunities to trade. The Skelly Horsemen, you know, they got their value back. They were doing okay for a little bit there. Nahakar Horsemen, they got killed by the Gore Herd. Kefir Guard were doing awesome. Such a good unit. Very good in this matchup, too. Beastmen don't have a lot of fire damage, so they're pretty safe here. And they do outtrade Gore Herd pretty impressively, too, I might add. Keeping the Horse Archers alive in the early game would have been good. The one that you did keep alive got good value. The Screaming Skull Catapult was really strong. The Archers did pretty well. You pushed the Beastmen off the back objective, but they capped it so early. And then you kind of overcommitted onto the middle fight. You really should have focused on that high ground point exclusively. Like, posting up with the rest of your army instead of advancing onto that middle objective. Staying back and making sure that you hold on to your home point. And beating up on all of those Beastmen units that were a little out of position. You probably could have gotten some really solid value. And then you could punish the Centaurs for having to run a lot farther than they ended up having to, because you moved up onto the middle. You'd have more time to fire at them with your archers and everything, who were way back there cleaning up that back point and weren't really able to punish the Centis very well. And then you would have had your Skeleton Horsemen nearby. They cleaned up the Ungor Raiders. They could have pulled back after doing that and left the Centaurs to, like, run in, get a charge in, and then you can countercharge with the Skeleton Horsemen, and that's really where you can make some serious hay for yourself. Centis are still the same unit in a lot of ways. The cost increases have made it a little bit harder to, like, value trade with them. They're a little more susceptible now. I don't think you need this many Minotaurs. Really, you want to just bring, like, one Mino as the Beastman. You either want the Great Weapon variant, or you want the Butchers of Kalkengard. It's pretty much the only two that you want to bring. You want to bring, like, one. That way you can fill out the back of your army with some of the other tools that the Beastmen have access to. Beastmen are really good when you can increase the variety of units you've got in their army. Like, Razorgore Herd are a nasty unit. I don't see a lot of newer players bringing them. These things just absolutely shred heavy cavalry. They wouldn't be that great against the Tomb Kings, but you could probably bring two because they could hit... Oh, actually, never mind. They're probably really good against Tomb Kings because of Ushabti and also really, really high mass to tarp hit Cetra and just rip them apart with their AP. Razorgore Herd might actually be one of the best units on the Beastman roster right now in terms of cost efficiency. Hot take. Yeah, probably. The Chosen of the Gods would have been able to punish the back push from the Beastmen really hard with their little airburst missiles. And you can... Really, you want to bring the Kefir out in the late game as just, like, the ultimate anchor piece. Like, the Kefir coming out in the mid-game or in the late game and just waddling up to a point is basically going to completely shut down your opponent getting up on there and doing much of anything, because those guys just grind all of the infantry in the game into dirt, pretty much. They're insanely strong. They are 1,100 gold, though, so they're an investment. And the Tomb Kings benefit from having the shooting early. It's just a question of, like, keeping it online, you know? You just don't want units to be able to get onto the Chosen of the Gods at any point. That's why you need the Eyes of the Desert to, like, shoot stuff off with Skeleton Horsemen to, like, hammer down flimsier units. You can also use Skeleton Chariots to peel for them. Like, this is a carry piece for you. Chosen of the Gods do so much to clear out, like, mid-tier infantry, as well as push back a skirmish cav. Got good range. Got shield breaker too, man. So they'd be really good against the Zangors. Like, a Chosen of the Gods with a Screaming Skull Catapult hammering Zangors would basically break them off the field without any real problems. Because you're getting all the damage with the Chosen, who are, like, popping the Protoss shields, and just doing massive AoE damage, while the Screaming Skull Catapult, it's a little inaccurate, so it's not going to do, like, a ton of, like, model damage and HP damage, per se. But the Take Cover debuff is going to be very devastating for the, like, the moderately, like, high leadership of the Zangors. Like, 62 is pretty decent. But when you start stacking leadership penalties on these guys, they start to look pretty bad, and then their ITP wears off, and that's where Cetra on the Sphinx with his terror can just have an absolute field day. Because he'll just be scaring the crap out of everything, chasing them all over the place. But try Cetra out on the horse, man. Like, him on the horse with Blessed Blade as a duelist character is actually pretty strong. And then you can always develop your own style, where you're not having to just rely on Cetra on the Sphinx all the time. You know, like, there's, like, very meta choices in this game that can work for the majority of people, but you don't have to play that way. You don't have to bring what's meta all the time, and oftentimes if you try and play off meta, you can discover your own unique styles of play that can honestly end up catching people off guard just because it's not what they're prepared for and expecting. Being unpredictable is... I say it every stream. Being unpredictable is a big, like, macro strategy win for you. Because if people are always guessing what you're going to bring, you can really catch them off guard with what you do end up throwing out on the field. Alright, here we go. We got Beastmen versus Norska. Two aggro as hell factions going up against one another. Norska traditionally has an advantage over the Beastmen, but Beastmen are, you know, a good enough faction. I mean, they're a top-tier faction for a reason. They're fast. They got good lores of magic. Their units are, like, pretty well-suited for grinding into Norska for the most part. So, it may be like a 55-45 with Norska having a slight edge in the matchup overall. But if you know what you're doing on the Beastmen, you know, this is not nearly as bad as I think some people would probably try and tell you. I mean, you got Gorbulls, for goodness sakes. Gorbulls are just amazing at killing large targets, and they have Slaughterer's Call, which is actually really good in this matchup, because Goreherd already have pretty good melee attack. You add Slaughterer's Call in with extra leadership on this ability too into the mix. They've got 49 freaking melee attack, which means not only do they just absolutely rip Marauders to pieces, they can uptrade into Marauder champions, and even beat up on like Famir and especially Skinwolves, who have very light armor, so it's pretty gruesome. The Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots, dude, they're nasty. Like, Legatus was telling me about them when we were casting on Saturday when the tournament was going on. I've only had time to check out one of his replays. That was one of his losses. I don't know if he ends up winning this, but I've been doing a little testing on these chariots myself. As long as you keep them like moving and running stuff over, they're pretty nasty now with the extra mass. Like, they're very dangerous. They do get a little trapped up here. The Centaurs with their mass are actually doing a pretty good job of keeping them locked in here. Getting a little bit of punishment in, but it's fairly even, as you can see. Norska is getting a little bit more value, and, you know, the nice thing about Chariots, yeah, they've taken half their HP and damage, but they didn't lose any models, so when you really think about it, it doesn't really make that much of a difference for their damage output. Because Chariots just want to use their shock damage to value trade. That's really where they shine. Although this one might be going down now. That's a really good catch from Mace here. Like, just staying on top of these with the Centaurs and just keeping them locked in place, man. Like, Chariots are squishy, you know, even with, like, high armored Chariots with, like, reasonable melee defense. Just because there's so few models, they can get surrounded by a whole bunch of stuff, and then they can get ripped apart, even by, like, non-AP cavalry. So, any kind of cavalry unit is basically a counter to Chariots.
You have the foe's victory point.
The thing that Chariots are best at, I'm going to talk about, like, the meta level of the game for just a minute. Chariots are best in matchups where you need to, like, use something to, like, break through an otherwise pretty stalwart front line and access missile units. Like, using the Ice Wolf Chariot to run over this Goreherd and then get into the Ungor Raiders and force your opponent to, like, peel back all these Centaurs would be really nice. Because you can, like, come in here, run this guy over, hammer an Ungor Raider, and then pull out and try and get away, because these things are actually pretty fast. They got 95 speed. They're quicker than Centaurs, at least while they're fresh. Centis do typically catch up and maintain a little bit better pressure because they have Primal Fury and Perfect Vigor. But in the really early stages of the game, that's how you can use the Marauder Chariots to really disrupt your opponent's formation. You probably want to just turn on fire at will with these guys. They don't have a lot of ammo. Using the ammunition, I don't know how impactful it really is. I haven't tested that a whole lot. It's got good missile strength, but just running over the stuff really is probably better in the long term. And you can put the forced melee mode on to accomplish that. The Centaurs have done pretty well, but you can see they're chasing really deep into the back lines. This is a big mistake from Mace. Skinwolves. Gonna have a field day beating up on these Centaurs, dude. They are getting hit by the axe fire, though. We do have the throwing axes supporting a little bit. So there's some help for the Skinwolves back here, while the Beastmen don't have a lot to help the Senties. There's like Goreherd and one more throwing axe here, but Ice Wolves get on top of the Senties. Excuse me. And are making it impossible for them to escape that frostbite, dude. 600 gold Ice Wolves are just nasty business. They're so strong. Amazing synergy unit for Norska. Honestly, one of the reasons they're so good in domination mode. They just punish overextension so hard, man. Oh man, Vice President Gorbel here. Fighting Throg and the Femur Great Weapons, not doing too hot. He just gets absolutely karate chopped here. Throg giving him a little teabag there. Letting it be known who is the stronger combatant. Beastmen, they're in trouble here, man. Like, they've lost their throwing axes in risky dives in the back line. Killing the one chariot was great. You should honestly have just disengaged as the Beastmen from there. And, you know, consolidated a solid front line. And had the Ungor Raiders, like, in the middle of that box, just firing out. Beastmen actually play boxes pretty well. It sounds crazy, but Beastmen are pretty good at forming up a nice little onion, kind of like the Skaven, to like maximize the efficiency and protection for their Ungor Raiders. And it really helps them to value trade. And it forces lots of bad engagements from a lot of factions, because normally with rush factions like this, you're not really worrying about archers. But Beastmen, I mean, just having 425 gold archers who can run in with Stalk and show up in unexpected places and fire fairly fast. I mean, 8 seconds is a quick-firing archer unit. They pour in a lot of fire with the 120 models. They only have 1 AP. Doesn't even matter. They're a nasty little unit. But they have to be protected. They have very bad leadership. Once you crack open a Beastman core and you've taken off their Ungor Raiders, killed them all without getting a bunch of value out of them, Beastmen can struggle a little bit. And, you know, Norskins are really compounding on that. They've got all the Skinwolves in the world out on the field now. They've got a solid amount of infantry. Marauders chilling here with Throg. Throg is really good in this matchup because of his sustainability. Wulfric Seafang can be pretty devastating, but I do think Wulfric is very vulnerable to snipes from either Traitorkin or Death Magic, both of which are honestly pretty good here. Malagor can also go and fight Wulfric every now and then, if you've got Enfeebling Foe. Enfeebling Foe is really good on Malagor. Can't recommend it enough. It's a nasty debuff. Gives him pretty good opportunities to like fly in and like chip in damage on his own. And then he just casts Flock of Doom, kind of like what he's doing here. He can just be a real nuisance. The Beastmen took just way too aggressive of an early engagement. Against the Norskins, you kind of want to make Norska come to you. This is one of the few matchups where your mobility as the Beastman is more at risk than the enemy's mobility. Just because the Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves combo. That shuts down Senti play pretty hard. Razorgore Herd gets shut down pretty hard because of that. Your infantry are actually where you want to rely in this matchup. Zangors, Goreherd, protecting your Ungor Raiders, and goodness gracious me, the humble Ungor Spearman, man. Ungor Spearherd, goated unit. I honestly recommend bringing 2 or 3 in every single matchup. And against Norska, bringing 4 of them actually isn't a bad idea. Because you use the Goreherd to engage the infantry. And what the Spearmen do, because the spears are stalked, you can have them in the back line, actually, and your opponent, you can just use the spears to mirror where their mobility is, like, centering up. And your opponent would never know that they're there until they get really close in, and then it can be too late sometimes. Holy crap, this Ice Wolf Chariot. 430 freaking kills? Where the hell was it all game? That would explain why the front line got folded up so hard. Jesus, dude. Ice Wolf Chariot's scary, guys. Keep an eye out for these freaking things. That is wild. That's Razor Gore Chariot levels of performance there. Holy. Norskin Ice Wolves did well. Skin Wolves doing really well. Skin Wolves are hard to counter for the Beastmen. The way you beat the Skin Wolves is by getting them stuck in on Corn Gores and on your spears. You don't need this many Gore Herd to open up. I'm telling you. You can bring 3 of them, and then all the gold that you spent on these 2 Gore Herd, just max out spears instead. And you can cut this Ungor Herd, and you can bring the Grog Hooves of Wolf's Run. Get rid of the Centigore and bring the Grog Hooves, because they got poison, and they have regen. They're really good at peppering down enemy skirmish cav without getting hard punished. And because they've got poison, they're really good at escaping from Skin Wolf pressure. Because they're always going to be able to outspeed them. It's so nice. Grog Hooves, amazing unit for facilitating your skirmish game with the throwing axes. It's too many Centigores for this matchup. And you don't ever bring Ungor Herd. Ungor Herds suck. Like, these dudes with the axes are terrible units. Useless. They will never ever value trade for you. The only Ungor Herd, other than the Raiders, that's worth anything is the Spear variants. This is the only... I think I can go out on a limb and say this is one of the only bad units on the Beastman roster. Really and truly. They don't do anything for you. They never uptrade. I've tried them out a lot. In tabletop, you can only bring Setcher on the Chariot. That's so funny. Why is he on a Sphinx, then, in the game? Makes no sense to me. Absolutely baffling. So, Getsmain and Jonks here. Nurgle versus Skaven. Skaven have a really hard time in a lot of the, like, demon matchups. Like, Slanesh is pretty much unwinnable for them. Khorne is pretty difficult. Nurgle's probably one of the more, viable matchups for the Skaven in Dom. But it's still not easy. Like, just getting through the, meat on all these units is going to be pretty difficult.
My word. Those to interrupt. Ensure that they do not.
Okay, Epidemius. Sounds good, bro. But, the only way that the Skaven are going to really effectively value trade against those, Plague Bearers is if they get the Skaven Slave, slings and the Poison Wind Globes online, so Nurgle's going to have to do their best to avoid that. How you get around that is just use Epidemius and the Chaos Sorcerer as your first wave to make contact with the front line. And keep your Nurglings and Plague Bearers back until you get Furies in. And the Furies, you get 2 Furies. Fury 1 lands on this Poison Wind Globe. Fury 2 lands on this Poison Wind Globe. Then you send the Plague Bearers and the Nurglings in. And then you can beat up on the front line pretty good. Also helps to have the Noxbringer. And actually got a pretty good volley off on this Poison Wind Mortar. Surprised it did so much damage, but... You know, I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's not like there's anything too special about these mortar teams. You know, they got a pretty small model count, so, you know, the Noxbringer being a little inaccurate, but still definitely worth hitting these guys. Anything to wear them out early. Oh, Barons of the Bog coming in here, too. They've got the Mass to probably be able to push into the back line, and because they're anti-infantry with good stats, they can probably get on top of the Poison Wind Mortars, and, or Globadiers, I should say, and just chew them apart, dude. Barons of the Bog are an amazing unit. Getting on top of the Clan Rats, which is fine. Normally I wouldn't recommend it, but they're way out of position here. They're so far forward. They're just going to get absolutely wrecked here. Nurgling's going in a little unsupported. Just keep them back. There's no reason for them to go in right now. You gotta make sure that you get your infantry forward. And just slightly stay out of range of your opponent. And this would be a good time to like try and pull stuff back right now from Jonks. Leave Epidemius here. Leave this Nurgling. Pull the Barons of the Bog and the Plague Bears back a little bit. And you can like try and circle around with this Plague Bear and have the Furies like push in over the top and threaten a dive. Just see what your opponent does. It's a little bit hasty of an engagement. This is way too many infantry engaged in one area. This is massive blobbing that's going to get mega punished here. Absolutely nailed by the Flensing Ruin, as well as some fire from Poison Wind Globadiers here. Oh, and then Natty Bubo is getting some good shots on the Noxbringer. Ikit does not need to be in this fight, though. I don't know what Ikit's doing up here. Very bad call from Getsmain. Understandable, for sure. Your Chief's, I think he's trying to run over the infantry. But you can just cast Flensing Ruin from a safe distance. And you want to avoid the Barons of the Bog, because, you know, they got all kinds of nasty debuffs. Like, they've got one that lowers mass and speed. Oh, not speed. Oh, they just have the poison. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, just lowering the mass makes it harder for Ikit to push out. He gets poisoned. Another thing that makes it difficult for him to disengage. Flensing Ruin here was enough. Just run over here and run over these Furies instead. There's no mass over here, so you can just, like, get free value without getting hard punished, take a bunch of HP damage. You gotta protect the, you gotta protect your, Jezzails from Furies, man. Something has to be back here, sitting next to the, Natty Bubos. And what you do, this is how you stack your units to protect Natty Bubos from Furies. So, Natty Bubos are the green line, right? Their defending unit sits right behind them. And then when the Furies are coming in to dive, just pull them back through the supporting unit. And the Furies are going to get stuck on the other infantry. And then the Natty Bubos, they don't have to move all that far. They just sit, you know, like right back here. The Furies are here. And the infantry are protecting them here. And then the Natty Bubos can just like fire away and have a whale of a time. And the Furies have to either disengage, which is going to be pretty hard if they get tangled up. Or they have to grind through an entire infantry unit before they can try and get on the Natty Bubos again. Losing these guys is a big loss. This is your one answer to the Noxbringer. And the Noxbringer is pretty healthy. Flensing Ruin can do some good damage to it, but Nurgle has really good healing. And Fleshy Abundance is here, so the SEs can definitely get healed up, and that's going to be pretty nasty. That's where a lot of your value is, too, because of that early Flensing Ruin. And the Plague Bearers are just, like, overwhelming you right now. And this is a really bad position for the Skaven. You do kill the Barons of the Bog here. That's really nice. And the Plague Monks are honestly not doing horribly. I just don't know how much uptrade potential they have, because they do rely on Fizzres for their defense. Their melee attack is reasonable, but they're taking a lot of leadership malices here, which means they don't have Frenzy active. Oh god, and then Sands of Sickness debuffing everything, Forsaken coming in. It's a good Flensing Ruin. It does hammer the Noxbringer pretty nicely, but again, healing for Nurgle, probably just going to get healed up. It's inflating the amount of value you actually have, and you're already down against Nurgle, which is never a good sign. A little bit of cagier skirmish play is required here. You know, you got the objective early, but once Nurgle showed that they were ready to, like, jump in here and attack you en masse, just pull your entire formation back off the point. See if your opponent is going to overextend. If they do overextend, then you can stand and fight and punish them a little bit easier. Because, again, you'll be closer to your summon points. And then you can also, if they want to sit there and they don't want to move forward, that's when you use your slingers and your natty boobos to just pick away at their front line. Because it's always the front line where the Skavens struggle the most. You can wait for, like, the mid-game to start dealing with the big SEs, because if you peel all of the chaff and infantry support for them, there's really not a lot that Epidemius and this Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle are going to do, and the Noxbringer is going to have a pretty rough time as well. You do get Storm Vermin on the Noxbringer somehow. Like, just force pushing them through here, but it's got so much mass, it just pushes away. It's going to walk off. Rat Ogres are much better at surrounding stuff like that and getting rid of it. Good Flensing Ruin. The Flensing Ruins have been really good from you, Gatsmane. I've got to give you mad credit for that, but Ikit has been used a little haphazardly outside of those casts. He's just, like, sitting in a lot of combats, and that's never really a good place for him to be. His melee defense is pretty poor, and Nurgle doesn't have a lot of melee attack, but he took a big pounding early, and he just needs to be used very like self-servingly. Like, Ikit wants to be a very selfish character. He wants to run over weak out of position units. Like, instead of using him here, he could have been running over this Plague Bearer that's, like, hanging out over here. When it's time for another Flensing Ruin, you just send him over, cast it, and then go right back to business of running this unit over. Because outside of the spell casting, he doesn't really support your front line. Like, he has an Encourage aura, but it's not like he buffs up the Skaven units a whole bunch. He doesn't really have to be over here, you know? Him being so weak now, it's going to be very hard for you to, like, value trade your way back into this game if he dies. That's a very, very real possibility. And a Rancid Visitations is, in fact, going to snipe him out here. Big ouch. Skaven suck when their leadership goes, man. That's why oftentimes I recommend keeping, like, a literal dirt cheap chieftain hidden in a forest somewhere for 550 gold and have power grab on him. You'd actually get a leadership boost if you did that. And that would, you know, keep you in this game here. But, you know, you've lost your lord and it's basically over now. Skaven are, like I said, pretty bad at trying to grind value back and, you know, counterpunch in a game they're already losing. Skaven are a win more faction. That's kind of how I would put it. Plague Monks. God, dude, they're just taking a nasty amount of damage from these Plague Toads. Probably another reason why I don't think they're very good here. I mean, there's just so many anti-infantry units that Nurgle can bring that can value trade very efficiently against Plague Monks. It's a worthy effort, though. Like I said, these demon matchups can be really tough for Skaven. As for what I would change here, not one hundo. I'm not very well versed with the Skaven. I would definitely, you can bring like 2 Plague Monks. I'd get rid of 2 of these guys. And I'd probably just have the Natty Boobos in the opening. Because these guys are 1300 together, and Natty Boobos, I think, are 1300 as well. And having them to shoot the Noxbringer early would be really nice. Just immediate early pressure, and you can also hit Epidemius. and see if you can get your opponent to panic a little bit and overpress into your lines. Oh, I'm supposed to be looking at the Skaven. Duh. So, cost-wise, yeah, 1,300 here. Yeah, so that's what I would do. Just get rid of 2 of the Plague Monks and have sharpshooters. Or you can bring the freaking Avalanche Mortars, dude. Avalanche Mortars are honestly a really good gambit tool against the Chaos factions. So these guys love shooting infantry, and they would have been amazing at farming value on the Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers are so slow they can't dodge the Avalanche Mortars at all. Avalanche Mortars are honestly pretty hard to dodge to begin with because the, they are a little inaccurate, but that actually works out for them because they just fire so many of these damn projectiles, and, they, like, airburst all over the place. It's really gross how much damage potential they have. I'd honestly recommend bringing these guys. And if you want something to fight a Noxbringer, bring a Mutant Rat Ogre, because these things are crazy strong. They beat the crap out of a lot of demon units. It's pretty insane. They've got a lot of health, too. 6,500. Their leadership's a little on the low end, but it's not terrible. And they cause terror, so they won't terror out themselves. They've got Frenzy here also, which raises their melee attack and weapon strength and charge bonus. They've got a reasonable amount of mass at 2,500. Like, very similar in terms of like, cost efficiency to a Gorbel. Gorbels are really good, and Gorbels don't have magical attacks. These guys are even better against the demonic units. Empire versus Dark Elves. We do see people bring in lots of Burning Head against the Empire. Burning Head's so good against the Imps. Oh, mortars in this build? Wow, okay. Interesting, for sure. Mortars are not that good. IMO. They can value trade, but takes a long time for them to get through a bunch of units. Yeah, dude, those chariots are crazy. They're so strong now. They're definitely going to end up being a mainstay for some of the Norskin matchups. Hold on, I'm catching up on this convo between Legatus and Tabith. Yeah, playstyle problem. I mean, like, I started off playing the Ogre Kingdoms when I first got into the game, and then I realized they didn't really synergize with my playstyle, and I swapped over to Khorne, and I just stuck with them. And they ended up becoming one of my favorite factions. And they fit my playstyle a lot more, and I just did way better with Khorne than I ever did with the Ogre Kingdoms. And the Ogre Kingdoms are honestly a stronger faction on the whole. Like, there's a reason the Ogre Kingdoms got banned all of last season. They've been a little up and down, but generally speaking, yeah, there's a big difference between the two. You know, finding stuff that synergizes with your playstyle is really important. Playing the factions that look cool is still something, and you are really good on the Tomb King's Tabith. I just think a few, like, minor changes to your, approach to battles will make all the difference for you. Mortars coming in here, they actually make contact for a change. Not a lot of damage on these Bleak Swords, though. Reasonable amount of HP damage. They're going to be pretty easy to protect on this map. It's a good artillery map, dude. One of the best in the game. We'll see if Maka's Vanguard here is going to pay off. This is so risky, guys. Like, there's a reason Shades aren't very good in domination mode. They hit hard as hell. But, they're very expensive. They're very lightly armored. Dang, excuse me. All it's going to take for the Empire to kill these guys is, like, two Empire Knights. Like, the Dark Riders are here to support a little bit. But you just send a Swordsman, 2 Empire Knights, and this is, like, 4,000 plus gold that's going to die. And there's not enough to help them here. Like, if Maka wants to open like this, what he needs over here, the first summon needs to be a Cold One Knight. That way Empire Heavy Cavalry can't just flatten them. Did you see Commissar immediately bringing in Empire Knight over here? Burning Head in the front line. Not really where I would be positioning it. Really should probably just focus on using it like right here. So thin in the front line for the Dark Elves too. I mean, this build could work. You do kill the Swordsman. Like, a Commissar, you know, made a little bit of a mistake here pushing these guys in. That's just too early to go in with these guys, but they were getting shot to pieces. But I'm sure as soon as the Empire Knights, like, develop out another one, they'll be able to, like, answer these guys. And there's also crossbows who can shoot them. Maka's doing a pretty good job of getting into the back line here. Dark Riders get on top of one of the mortars, taking them down. I don't know how worth it is. Like, your front line's already struggling enough. It's not like killing the mortars is going to help that front line fight out a whole lot. Like, just focusing on using the shades here is really where your money plays are as Maka right now. And if you're going to do a Gambit opener, where you bring a bunch of expensive stuff and leave them off to the side where you're trying to, like, win a flank fight, you don't want to take a fight against your opponent's main line. Because this is what happens. Your units die, right? Like, all these Black Arcs and all these Dread Spears and Bleak Swords are running, and then your opponent is just like, well, I'm just going to go to the back point now. There's nothing to stop me from capping this, because I got just a ridiculous numbers advantage at this stage. The Burning Heads have been really nice. Probably shouldn't have used it on that crossbow unit, truth be told. Like, hitting all these spearmen and stuff on your back point, helping stop this back cap would have been a little bit better. Searing Doom coming down. Commissar with these Searing Dooms, man. Like, just perfectly positioned. I'm a little scared to run into Commissar, truth be told. Like, I'm just playing really well. Like, good recognition of opportunity. Of damage versus cost, and how to overwhelm expensive units. Mortars chipping away at these guys. One mortar did die, but the remaining one should be able to do pretty nicely. It's got its money back already. They're cheap as hell. That's really the selling point of mortars. Really nice Burning Head. There we go. That's the way to do it. Hits the Swordsman. A little bit of friendly fire, but honestly not that big of a deal considering it's broken, you know, one spear unit, done a bunch of damage to this Swordsman, left the other Swordsman fairly isolated. I'm probably going to be able to kill them now. Just a little bit of a shame that the Dark Elves kind of fumbled their opener, quite frankly. It's just way too expensive with no support. You can't do that. Like, a player like Commissar who knows what they're doing is doing exactly what he's doing now, which is just getting cavalry and running all this stuff over. And they're way out of position to be able to, like, support more important fights. Cold One Knights, you know, they're, like, trying to clean up infantry, which is not what they want to do. And it's just it's a numbers game that Dark Elves are not going to win here. And the Feral Manticore is just getting clowned on. I think Manticores are reasonably strong monsters. They're pretty good at killing characters like Balthazar Gelt, but they're better at coming out in reserve in the mid-game to then try and kill characters like Gelt. Gelt's also dirt cheap, man. Like, I think we went over it last time we were covering these replays on stream. I think with this kit, Balthazar is 850 gold. Like, sniping him is arguably not even worth it, because he's just going to get summoned in immediately. He's literally the same cost as an Empire Knight. The Empire is not going to care about having to resummon him. So, going for the snipe attempt, not super worth it. This is just like this Man-Tide build is just going for as much frustration and unga-bunga as possible. Like, Commissar's being really aggressive with these builds, like, just not giving any respect to people's front lines. And really just, like, the reason Commissar won this tournament is because, I feel like he realized and tailored this build to take advantage of the fact that people are not really used to and well-suited for countering this style of play with what he'd been bringing in other tournaments. And kind of got away with murder in this tournament, I'm going to be honest. You know, the Coldwood Knights are doing alright right now, but they're just not going to get through all the numbers here. Like, the Burning Heads are doing really good work. It's really these Shades over here who are letting down the Dark Elf army. I think just a fat line of standard Dark Shards would have been better. That's honestly what Commissar was expecting with these mortars. The mortars would have been okay against it, but, you know, they're not getting a ton of value right now. They've been firing all game. They've used a lot of their ammo, and they barely paid for themselves. Not really a unit you have to worry about too much, so the Stalk on the Shades is not that important, and arguably makes them even more likely to value trade poorly against a mortar build. Because every time the mortars get hits against the Shades, they're getting way more value than if they were hitting a Dark Shard. Because Shades are just as lightly armored as Dark Shards are, without a whole lot of extra goodies, you know? Like, I think Shades with Greatswords can be good into, like, Khorne, where they can, like, counter armor, as well as actually being okay at the dual-purpose stuff. But against the Empire, I struggle to see the plays with them. Damn, the Burning Heads, dude. Putting in so much work. Killing a lot of infantry with the Supreme Sorceress. Not getting a lot of model kills, but just taking a lot of HP off of all these units. If the Dark Elves just had more infantry, and if they had played a little bit more careful and kitey in the opening, I think they would have a little bit of an opportunity to get into this game. Shades are just getting worked down, man, and they still haven't paid for themselves. You know, they've lost a lot of models. They're fairly expensive. Cold One Knights, they're dying here. Once the Cold One Knights are gone, it's literally 100% over for the Dark Elves here. They're down so much value, too. And the Empire's back on this back point, too, with all these tattered spears, man. Oof. Yikes. We'll fast forward through this, and we'll check in at the end of the game and see if the Shades got anywhere close to value trading. But my guess is no. What you probably want to do here, really and truly, I think that your best bow unit against the Empire would be Black Arc Repeater Crossbows. Because they're fast, they can kite out spearmen and swordsmen all day. Their missiles are fairly strong. They can chip at Empire Knights. And they can force your opponent out of position pretty quickly. And they've got good armor, so mortars ain't gonna do anything to them. Or you can just go with Dark Shards. The whole elite Shade deal was, it might have worked against another kind of build, but definitely not against this. And, I mean, arguably, I don't even think it'd be that good against other, like, very knight-heavy, Empire builds. For a lot of the same reasons. I mean, you know, they just didn't have any protection out there on the flank. None of them value traded up. The front line was thrown in at a massive numbers disadvantage and just got folded up early. And then the Dark Elves were on the back foot defending their home objective basically the entire game. And Empire is just slowly trotting stuff out to, like, replace all of the casualties in the front line. And this is, you know, like, this is Soviet Union World War II era tactics from the Empire. Like, legitimately, the exact same style. Ah, okay. Let's see how Agamemnon's build does against the Empire here. The Medusa was something that I didn't even consider. I mean, this is actually probably going to be pretty good here. As long as it doesn't get hounded down by Empire captains, of course, but that's a whole nother story about Medusas and what they are and aren't good against. So you got a Dreadlord, the Sword and Crossbow. Volley of Dark Arrows is actually kind of interesting as an ability. It does pretty good damage. I was honestly a little surprised. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll find out. Same wide builds we've been seeing from Commissar. But lots of shielded Dark Shards here, with some Witch Elves, Dread Spears. I think you probably want Bleak Swords in the front line. We got a Shadows Caster instead of Burning Head. Honestly, I don't hate it, though. Truth be told, I think that one of the best things you can do against both Beastmen and Empire is to go double caster. You bring a caster with Melkoths to hit cavalry, like Centaurs and Empire Knights. And then you bring a Burning Head caster with just Burning Head so you can kill your infantry. You just use those two spells in whatever way that you see fit at that point. I honestly think it'd be a pretty strong combo against factions like this, specifically. Well, the Bloodrack Medusa should be pretty good at clearing out infantry. This is like a chaff clear extraordinaire piece. These things will get like 300 or 400 kills with good micro, and rack up some serious value. We'll see if it's able to do it. It is alone. Double Medusa is usually a little bit easier to mutually support one another. Single Medusas can get overwhelmed just by the sheer number of targets on the field sometimes. How do the Dark Elves want to play this? They got the #1 objective, holding the #2 for a little bit. So I think what they want to do is actually not engage over here. Like, instead of moving all your stuff to the #3, like, these are the 2 points you've got. Like, your opponent's army is gigantic. It's going to be really unwieldy, and it's already pretty slow. Just shift your entire formation, literally everything in your army, and shift it over this way. And what you want to do, I think, is try and have, like, the middle of your army positioned between these two rocks. Like, have, like, Dark Shards, like, here, here, and here. Because you've got, basically, something to protect the entire rear of multiple of your units. And it's going to be a little harder for your opponent to use their numbers advantage if they're, like, coming up through into, you know, like a choke point, like a natural choke point here. It's going to be a little harder to maneuver. Anything to, like, close off a numbers advantage is pretty awesome. Terrain plays a big part in battles and matchups, and it took me a long time to learn. So I would like to try and pass that knowledge on to you guys, like, early on, so you get the idea, and you can start to, like, game plan around stuff like this a little bit more. Also, not enough Medusa action early. Like, just went right into a frontline engagement, which is, again, just a huge mistake against this big of an army. You're not going to win the frontline fight. Not right now. Like, just pull everything back, man. Get it all out of here. Like, honestly, even at this stage of the game, you can fully disengage. You're going to get punished a little bit by missiles, but that's way better than grinding in here and just losing the game, because that's what's going to happen. You needed to have used the Medusa early to like hammer down some of these spearmen and swordsmen. Arguably the swordsmen, just because they can do more damage to your dread spears. So using the Medusa for like the first like 3 or 4 minutes of the game, just a value trade, would be getting you in a much better spot than you are now. You've also got missiles kind of pressed up into the front line a little awkwardly. They're doing some good damage, but they're going to run out of space pretty fast because your spears, they're going to hold the line for a good long while, better than most of the other matchups we've seen, where Commissar has just been beating up on people. But it's going to get worn out eventually, and then it's all going to fall apart for you. Pit of Shades did a bunch of damage, but is it really worth it? That's a really expensive spell for very minimal gains. Like, that was a freaking Empire Spearman. That's 300 gold that you killed. That's really not worth it for a 15 Winds of Magic spell. That's why I say you bring Melkoths, nothing else, and then you bring Burning Head. Because the Empire doesn't have anything that's worth casting Pit of Shades on. Like, Great Swords, even at their best, are pretty mediocre, you know? And you've got lots of missiles to punish them anyways. So I think the spell choice was a little bit out of whack. I mean, the Melkoths is a really good call for the Heavy Knights. But needing to clear, like, spears and just numbers is always something you have to consider going into the Empire. I don't know what's going on with this Medusa, dude. This sucks. Like, she's got a pretty clear order and a great opportunity to get a flank shot off. She would do an obnoxious amount of damage against these spears if she actually fired in now. But she was getting obstructed. Now she's up in melee combat, which is really where she doesn't want to be. Gets a temporary terror route, but here comes the Empire Captain. Really good micro from Commissar, and you can see trade's starting to really go against the Dark Elves now, because the Dark Shards are getting engaged in melee combat, and they're not going to be able to hold up there. Repeater crossbows, or repeater handbows, sorry, come out. They would be able to do okay if they were able to kite a little bit better, and they had clear sight lines. Like, just keep running, man. Like, you just gotta fully disengage here and play the objective that you do have now. Continuing to trickle units in and stand in and fight, you're just going to keep losing harder and harder. Friendly fire from Searing Doom. Handbows coming in, doing alright. I'm really curious where these handbows are going to end up at value-wise. They haven't done anything too crazy, but they are doing alright. And there's the volley of dark arrows. Like, you can see how much damage it does. Like, it's like a triple strength Arrow of Kurnus, basically. Which is actually pretty awesome. Actually, Arrow of Kurnus is like the same way. Really. It's just a shorter range one, I guess. Arrow of Kurnus has 3 uses, or 3 projectiles as well. I always forget. And it does spread out the same way when it's going into, like, infantry units. But yeah, look at the handbows, dude. Like, they're not doing anything too insane from what it looks like, but they're, you know, like, forcing a lot of Empire units out of position. Like, they can afford to do this at this stage of the game. If they had just been up here earlier, and the Medusa had been, like, skirmishing some of those swordsmen and stuff, and the Empire was, like, forced, or, like, you know, worrying and pushing units forward a little bit more chaotically, then you could be bringing out your Dark Riders to, like, hammer the flanks here. Got lots of Dark Shards that are rallying here. Imagine if these guys were at full health and getting, like, just full fat volleys off in these overextended units. You would have a big value lead at this point. There's no guarantees, but the more stress you put on your opponent, the better. The early stages of games, you know, people don't give themselves enough time to skirmish. Like, you had a little bit of a ticket lead early. You gave up the number 1 for nothing. That's why I think you should still have your main formation over here. And really what the Medusa does is just, like, poke up, shoot from here, onto whatever was, you know, in the front line. Or, you know, from wherever she can, like, use her shots at max range. Because Medusas are really accurate. And like I said, their missile profile is very efficient at clearing out chaff. Because it does a bunch of damage. It's got 5 shots on each volley. So, infantry targets, especially units like Huntsmen, will just lose so many models so quickly under the weight of Bloodrack Medusa fire. And these things are pretty hard to hit. Like, their hitbox is janky as hell. Shooting units have a really hard time actually hitting Bloodrack Medusas. Like, those Free Company just fired a full volley off and whiffed, like, 80% of those shots. So it's fairly safe to, like, move up and poke away with. Like, really the only place Medusas struggle is melee combat. Against, like, foot characters especially. Or infantry-sized units. Because their stats are, like, solid, but the bonus versus large is really what they rely on for, like, reliable damage in melee. So, the Empire Captains are really the only real counter to the Bloodrack Medusa in this army of the Empire. Agamemnon's, like, honestly scrapping pretty well being down this much value. Overpressing here a little bit. Pretty understandable. I don't really blame Agamemnon for the position he's in. Like I said, Mantides take time to, like, figure out. And they're very difficult for newer players to contend with. Especially when somebody is, like, obviously bringing this in as a firm counter and has been definitely practicing this. I guarantee you Commissar has been grinding this build. Either with friends or on the ladder, because the micro on all these units is actually pretty damn impressive. Like, you know, constantly maneuvering around with the mobility, supporting infantry fights, using swordsmen to push missile units back, focus firing pretty well with the missiles. It's not been perfect, but just anytime you can use all the ammo on missile units, you've been doing something right. So, I mean, I really got to give kudos to Commissar. I would struggle against this build. It is really difficult to beat these builds, but they have a lot of weaknesses, and you just have to content yourself with the fact that it's going to be an attritional fight. You're going to lose units. There's going to be moments where you overpress and get punished. But on the whole, because there's so many slow units and infantry in these armies, you're gonna be able to, like, hard punish them as long as you're patient. Because your opponent has to have numbers advantages to be winning. If you can thin those numbers out early, and just, like, harry them and pressure them on one objective and, like, force them to, like, wheel their formation around, they're gonna open up gaps that you can then attack. It's unavoidable with this many units. Like, you cannot micro 20 stacks perfectly. It is impossible. Like, nobody can do it. Not even people like Anticity or Charix or Oishi are gonna be able to. It's all about, like, training yourself to, like, recognize the opportunities to, like, get in and punish those small micro mistakes that get you wins against builds like this. And having the right kind of magic helps too. The mel cost is just not cutting it. You know? There are factions that you just have to, like, bring certain types of spell kits for. Like, against Beastmen and Empire, you really need Burning Head somewhere along the line. Or, like, really good infantry clear spells.
Unending glory is yours.
You know, like, you've got to worry about the mobility, sure. That's why I don't mind having the Melkoths, but also having a Burning Head caster just in case you run into builds like this is huge. But, you know, this is all a learning experience. I just really want to try and, like, pound that into everybody who's watching this' head. And that way you don't, like, run into these builds and, you're just, like, baffled why you can't beat these type of, armies. armies. It is possible, but it requires finesse, you know. The Hambos did okay. Not all that great. Maybe they aren't good here. I mean, they got a lot of kills, to be honest, though. You compare them to the Dark Shards, it's pretty comparable performance. And they came in at a really unfortunate time of the game, where the frontline fight had basically been hard lost by Agamemnon. These dudes tend to get exponentially better the more there are and the more they play together. Like 2 handbows playing together with like 4 on the field in total, and both of the like squads of them supporting one another can be really disgusting, honestly. There was a player who I had a lot of practice against, Noble, who was doing a lot of that with the repeater handbows. And I was playing on Khorne, who's honestly really good against the Dark Elves, and I was having a lot of trouble winning those games. So, maybe a little bit more handbow play could unlock some potential against this Empire build, because this Empire build's very susceptible to it. Like, all of these units have really low armor, and the bronze shields are nice, but it's not saving these swordsmen from getting poked down by these handbows. And the nice thing about those handbows is they have 360 shooting. So what they can do is they can run up, and they fire a volley off, and then they run away, and they kite out the Empire crossbows, who are going to be a lot less effective against these guys because of the heavy armor. And then you can use your Dark Shards behind that to push in once the Black Ark Corsairs have like worn down a lot of the swordsmen and spearmen. These guys, once they use all their ammo, they can like run in and actually engage those units in combat, and the Dark Shards can move up and start killing the actual crossbowmen and Free Company militia, because they got the silver shields and can easily outtrade those crossbow type units. These guys just do way more damage. They just have a little bit of a hard time closing the distance because the Empire's numbers can get a little overwhelming for them. Let's do a Supreme Sorceress. Just bring Burning Head. Do this. Bring on a Dark Steed. You don't really need a cold one. Not really all that good. Just 900 gold caster. I think Bleak Swords are a little better here. IMO. Do just a ton of missiles. Oh, actually, that's right. We want a Medusa. So one Medusa, and one Black Ark Corsair is not a bad idea with a Bleak Sword. Or maybe you do want Dread Spears. Okay. So here's the game plan. You got your Black Ark Corsairs. This is your skirmish unit. They run in. They shoot at the front line. They harry your enemy. The Bloodrack Medusa starts poking away with these guys in tandem. You keep the Dark Shards and the infantry pretty far back, preferably on the on the objective that you're going to be making your home objective on a split push map like that. You keep them safe there. If your opponent starts to push forward with their army to try and punish these handbows, you use these units to push up, mirror, and give these guys a safe like home to fall back to. You develop out some Cold One Knights to counter cavalry, because your opponent is going to bring in Empire Knights to try and hammer these guys as they're like kiting back and forth. It's really the only thing the Empire can do there. You can use your Cold One Knights to punish the Cav as they overextend. You can bring some Dark Riders in as well. They'll be good once you wear down the front line for getting in on the crossbows and Free Company militia. And a Scourge Runner Chariot wouldn't be bad either. These things hit pretty hard against lightly armored infantry with the actual melee attacks they have. And they can also facilitate your kite play because these missiles ignore shields. They actually do pretty good work wearing down cheap infantry. It's not, like, ideal for them, but, you know, they got a fair number of volleys, and they fire pretty quickly. So if you want to, you can unsummon them and get some money back, or you can just use them after that to just, like, run stuff over. Especially out-of-position Empire State Troopers. I do like the Witch Elves in reserve, although they are very vulnerable to the shooting, because they're, like, 0 armor, basically. I mean, when they get into combat, man, they just rip and tear. They are crazy strong against chaff. And they're pretty good clear. So they're honestly fine here. And they got Phys Res. That helps them. You know, you can give them, like, you can consider it an extra 20% HP against missile play. What else? Some Terror with a Manticore wouldn't be bad. Maybe, honestly, a Master on a Dark Steed wouldn't be a bad combat character to have, just in case you need to go and protect the Supreme Sorceress here. What else is needed? Do another Black Art Corsair if you wanted to. You don't really need the Crows of Cain. Crows of Cain are like, they're a little bit of a trap unit. They can work, but, there's also a lot of things that they're very bad at doing. They don't provide a ton of utility, truth be told. If you really wanted to, you could bring a War Hydra. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea. It's got a lot of missile resistance. Instead of bringing that guy, you could bring the War Hydra. And then you can cram in another Witch Elf, maybe. I do like the Bolt Thrower. Bolt Thrower is not bad. It can poke away at characters, as well as use the Spray Fire to also wear out your opponent's front line. This wouldn't be a bad build. Or you can do what I was talking about earlier with the spells. Just Melkoths. Bring a Darkstar Cloak, because that gives you power recharge so you can cast more magic. Yeah! Here you go. There's you an anti-Mantide build as the Dark Elves, with the answers for a little bit of everything. I'm putting a bounty out on Commissar for a Dark Elf main to use this build to try and kill him. Alright, what have we got? We still got quite a few replays to get through. So we watched this one. Yeah, we're up to here. Did we? Oh my god, what the hell is this? Damn, this is a crazy, this is a wild build. KUTJ coming in with triple Sisters of Slaughter. You got the ROR Scourge Runner Chariot, Slaanesh Harvesters, 2 Unshielded Dark Shards, the High Beastmaster here. Going up against Krokgar. I think that's the wild. Yeah, that's the Wild Magic's icon. So Krokgar and his little skink friend. Gonna be casting Flock of Doom and the Amber Spear. Wow, okay. Very unorthodox. Cursed Charm of Tepok. Raises miscast chance. Cube of Darkness. Lowers power recharge. Don't bring these. It just makes this guy more expensive. They're not good. Like, it's not going to do anything for you, unfortunately. I would love it if CA could, like, take a look at the items that are given to characters in multiplayer. Because I think there's a lot of unexplored terrain with that. A lot of these items are honestly just bad. Both of these included. And they just don't do anything. Krokar is on Grimlock here. Gonna hit really hard against any large targets. Honestly, not that many available for him to fight. There's Skink Cohorts, 2 Saurus Shields, Skink Skirmishers up top, 2 Bastiladon Solar Engines. These Solar Engines are gonna absolutely feast on this Dark Elf army. There's nothing to threaten them. They're probably going to kill the Scourge Runner Chariots, and then they're going to shoot the Sisters of Slaughter to pieces. Because these guys rely on Phys Res. Bastiladons have the magic attacks, and they also imbue Blinded, so the really high stats of the Sisters of Slaughter are going to get mega tanked, and they're going to do nothing here. It's going to take some pretty wicked play for KOTJ to pull this off. Chameleon Stalkers come out. So, you know, it's a little unfortunate. So when you summon a Stalk unit in, the second you bring it in, there's like a 2 or 3 second window where it is visible. It's back in stealth now. But I think that's why the Harvesters backed up here. The Doomfire Warlocks, I'm sorry. They are not going to want to tangle with the Chameleon Stalkers. I mean, at least not with Krokar by. I mean, they do have magic damage. It's the precursor missiles of the Chameleon Stalkers that are going to do big damage to these guys. Trying to push past here. To what end, I'm not 100% certain. They're very out of position. They're not providing any kind of support up here. They're not really capping the objective, and they're just kind of running around. This is why you need to be careful, especially as a newer player, with playing your mobility way off the front line. Because out of sight, out of mind, you'll 100% forget about them, which can be pretty brutal. Fortunately, not completely forgetting about them. Actually going to get a good charge on the Chameleon Stalkers, doing a bunch of damage to them right now. Hopefully these guys don't get too bogged down, though, because Krokar will put a whooping on him. He's very, very capable of it. Double Doom Bolt coming down. Oh, wow. Okay, so the knockdown animation on the Skink Priest hadn't ended, so the second Doom Bolt actually doesn't do any damage to him. Very fortunate for the Lizards. The Lizards kind of just YOLO into the Dark Elf front line. And get mega smacked up. Damn, okay. KOTJ punishing the Lizards pretty badly for their mistakes here. Like, Skink Cohort are not going to beat Sisters of Slaughter. There's no reason to send them in there. They're just going to get massacred. You should pull them back and try and develop out some actual, like, missile play. Because, you know, these guys have 5 armor, and their shield is only a 20% shield. It's really not that good. Like, what you need to do as this Lizard player, get away from the freaking Scourge Runner Chariots. Like, Skinks hate chariots. They will get flattened all day. Use the Solar Engines to poke away at the Scourge Runner Chariot. Keep them honest. Rotate your Skink Skirmishers to the middle objective. And use them to just poke away at these stupendously expensive infantry units. Like, that's a value trade that is pretty unparalleled in terms of, like, its efficiency for you as a Lizardman player. Solar Engine's whiffing spectacularly. Very nicely done, guys. Like, goddamn. What are you doing? How much value do they have? They got, like, no value, too. They got a lot of their ammo off, also. 6 whole shots, and they're not hitting anything. Maybe the Chariots are a bad place to try and get value. Like, posting up on this hill and just firing down onto the infantry on the low ground might be a better use of your time. Krokar, I don't think, is a very good choice here on Grimlock. Like I said, Dark Elf's very good at killing large targets, and he's just going to eat loads of damage from these Dark Shards if he tries to get in there and engage. Doomfire Warlock's doing some good damage to the Saurus Spears. Cold One Knights would also do a bunch of damage to old Crocky here. Good shots onto the Supreme Sorceress, doing some damage to her, but she really hasn't done anything. I mean, she doesn't have to. Like, the Lizards really fumbled this fight. They just ran up in here without a thought in the world about what they needed to do. I don't know what possessed this man to throw his 325 gold unit into the Sisters of Slaughter and expect them to win that fight unsupported, but it's brave, that's for sure. But, you know, the Sisters didn't really value trade all that well. The Chameleon Stalkers came in and they just got a bunch of value fighting these dudes. I mean, honestly, this unit can probably stand to get like a 200 gold cost decrease, and they'd be much more likely to value trade on a regular basis. I mean, 1,000 gold. This is about as good as they could ever possibly do, just about, and they've barely paid for themselves. You know, they leave a lot to be desired on a lot of fronts. If they were getting shot by the Bastiladons, then you could, like, throw your infantry into a head-up fight with them and probably do pretty well, but the Lizardmen are pretty much on the back, in a really bad spot now. They're very much on the back foot. They can get back into this game, though. They need to use these Flocks of Doom to finish off the Doomfire Warlocks. And they need to kill this damn Ravagers of Karth Chariot. Chameleon, or the Salamander Hunting Pack doing some good damage to the Warlocks here. Red Crested Skinks got flattened on the charge, though. The Warlocks and the Chariots have been pretty disruptive, but, you know, they're not getting a lot of value is the problem. Value trading's very even. It's a very early, like, mid-game situation. Krokar's taking a lot of damage, which is what I'm most worried about for the Lizardmen. And he's fighting the War Hydra head up here without a lot of support. Bastiladon's fairly low. Ooh, and Dark Shard's moving in, man. And this is where they could probably just kill Krokar, and I think they actually have gotten a couple volleys off on him already. Last time I checked, they didn't have that much value. Crocky had to have taken the damage somewhere. There's not really a lot to threaten him. High Beastmaster has done some poke, obviously, but Sorceress isn't doing anything to him. Man, the Dark Elves with a really unorthodox build, actually really stuffing back the Lizardmen right now. Burning Head coming down, there's nothing to use it on here. I mean, a little unfortunate, you know. Try to use it on the Red Crested Skinks, I guess. You know, there's 2 units of them here. Burning Head does nothing to armor. Like, I really hope that KOTJ takes this opportunity to recognize that fact. It's just a waste of Winds of Magic being cast on Salamanders and Feral Cold ones. Lizardmen actually getting back in this game. The Dark Elves are just way too thin on the ground. And they're starting to get really heavily punished by some of the missile play. Like, these Umbral Tide really carrying the weight here and pulling back now. Trying to kite away from the Cold One Knights is a really good call. On the Solar Engines firing from up top here. Doing a pretty good job of punishing. A Flock of Doom would be a really good way to wear down these guys. Gotta save this Umbral Tide. They're an absolute necessity unit for the late stage. Oh my god. Lucky Terror out here, dude. Apparently they just got too close in, and their leadership got lowered enough that the Bastiladons actually terror-routed the Cold One Knights. The Colossadon Hunters should be able to chase those guys off and finish this unit. Let me just focus on chipping down the Blackguard of Naggarond here. The Cold One Knights should get cleaned up by Feral Cold Ones and the Red Crested Skinks, hopefully. Should at the very least be a reasonable value trade, but maybe the numbers are a little too thin there. Oh, Krokar goes down to the War Hydra, which rallies back here. Very low on the H... Oh no, this is a Charybdis. Holy crap, okay. I thought it was... I don't know why I thought it was a War Hydra. People just bringing in the raw Charybdis power, man. That Abyssal Howl actually kills Krokar back here. It's very low on HP, though, and the Feral Cold Ones are probably going to be able to kill it. Blackguard of Naggarond just getting absolutely clowned on right now. Taking nasty damage, man. Lizardmen's still very thin. They're bringing out more Chameleon Stalkers and Skink Cohorts. Do they not have any Javelins here? Apparently they didn't bring any Skink Cohort with Javelins. I mean, that's fine, I guess. You don't have to have them. They just tend to uptrade spectacularly for you. The Chameleon Stalkers are honestly a very good unit now. They got a melee attack increase, which gives them a lot more punching power outside of their precursor missiles here. And they're a fairly tanky infantry unit. They got a lot of missile res and physical resistance. So even though they don't have a ton of HP, they can tar pit stuff pretty capably and poison it down, which is really nice. Bastillodon does not need to be on these guys. Should just get away as best it can. Red Cresteds come over. Stalkers throwing their missiles in, not getting a lot of value with them, unfortunately. They're good against light armor. They're really not good against heavily armored stuff like these two units are. Good Flock of Doom, though. The Skink Priest has gotten some steady incremental value. Feral Cold Ones break the Charybdis. I would honestly just send them to the middle to support now. This thing is like 80 HP. I mean, literally 82. It's not rallying. Just let it walk off the field. It's never coming back, honestly. Cold One Knights, they came back in. Their Colossadon Hunters got hammered pretty hard here. Shades of Dual Weapons actually fought fairly capably against them, but the Cold One Knights rallying is what's doing most of the damage. They just got a really nasty charge off. If you see that coming in, just get back up in the air, pull through your Skink Cohort, try and avoid that damage. Let them take the charge, and then re-engage. And you'll get a much better trade with that very expensive unit. Colossadon Hunters are 1,400 gold. They're very micro-intensive. I don't really recommend them for people who are like learning lizards. Just because they're a highly niche specialist unit. And they fold up pretty quickly in fights where they're not heavily advantaged. So the Chameleon Stalkers doing alright. Really nice Burning Head, finally finding some value with that spell. Skirmishers, more Chameleon Stalkers, one Solar Engine. Perfect Vigor on everything here is pretty huge. Especially considering you lost your Lord. Oh, and the Dark Elves actually resummoned theirs. It's a crazy close game. Lizards are definitely well within the margin of opportunity here to grind this back completely. So the Feral Cold Ones, they can take this head-on charge. They'll actually do some appreciable damage. This other one needs to get a rear charge. Doesn't need to just blunder into the side here. It's not going to do a whole lot. The Cold One Knights will probably be able to beat the second unit as well. Come on, please! Get something in there to help. Flock of Doom or something along those lines. Another Sister of Slaughter comes out. Oh, wow, another one coming out of the spawn here, too. Cap weight for the Lizardman might be enough, though. They need to get everything onto this ASAP. There's the Flock of Doom. Does some good damage to those Cold One Knights. Bastillodon coming in here. The Terror Routes are going to be really impactful. Because the Sisters are actually not immune to Psychology. What just did all that damage to them? They just got smacked up by something. Oh, I think that was an Amber Spear hitting them in the side. Beautiful cast. Hell yeah. Burning Head arguably does more damage to the Sisters than to the Skinks. The Skinks are all pushed off here, but the Lizards flipping this cap weight now. They've got 30 seconds for this. Closest game we've had yet on stream today. Oh my god, are they going to be able to pull it off? The Sisters run off the point. Big mistake from the Dark Elves. I think that is the cap weight going to come in time. Oh my god, please. If the Lizards flip this, all they need to do is just hammer down these very expensive units, and they are going to win this game. Oh my god, dude. They flip it? It still hasn't flipped. What is this? Come on, man. Troll stuff. Wow, I can't believe the Lizards got this objective, dude. Colossadon Hunters get in on the High Beastmaster, but Doombolt coming down from the Warlocks here. Kills the last three models on the Colossadon Hunters, but some Cold One Riders get up on the point. Another Cold One Rider here gets hit by Soul Blight, and the Sisters of Slaughter actually take those guys to Pound Town. Ripped them to shreds too, but I think the Lizards are okay. They still got the cap weight advantage here. They're throwing up a lot of units. Flock of Doom trying to hit both of the units here on the point. Only gets the Doomfire Warlocks. That's not that big of a deal. These guys are way swishier to Flock of Doom anyways. Honestly, the better target. The Feral Cold Ones chipping down the High Beastmaster here. Dark Shards moving up. More Dark Shards. All the Dark Elves need is a cap on this point for, you know, 20 or 33 seconds. It's still within triple cap range. But the fact that they summon in missile units is a little worrying, because oftentimes people underestimate how much time they have. Or overestimate, I should say. Need stuff on this point now, because the Lizards are just, like, throwing bodies on here. Which is something they're honestly pretty good at, and they crush the Doomfire Warlocks, they get a Terror out. Perfect Vigor here is very underrated. It is definitely keeping the Lizards in this fight pretty nicely. But the Cold One Riders getting massacred by the Dark Shards now. Really good volleys from those guys, but I think they're still going to make it home. Yeah, get a really nice Lancing charge right down the middle of the formation. Locking up both of these Dark Shard units. Some of these models should still fire, but most of them are going to be locked in combat. You can see some of these guys actually shooting still. But they actually do manage to break this unit. So the Cold One Knights, or Cold One Riders, I should say. The Knights of the Dark Elf variant. Getting pushed back. Doomfire Warlocks rally here. Capweight's still held by the Lizards, though. Spear Riders moving in, trying to push up onto the Dark Shards. More Sisters of Slaughter coming in. Capweight's flipping, slowly but surely. Feral Cold Ones here. Skink Skirmishers should be reasonably effective at holding onto this cap. Scheme Priest actually breaks. Very unfortunate, but does rally here. Flock of Doom right here, if possible, would be really nice. A Doom Bolt coming down. Honestly, going to be pretty nice. Like, it could get this Bastillodon within range, or it might rout soon. Man, that Perfect Vigor is just so gnarly. Like, it just keeps the leadership so high on this unit, as well as it being, like, full tilt on the melee attack and melee defense front. And these things are so hard to kill in melee because of that immune to flanking. Bastillodons are one of the most obnoxiously tanky units in the game, and they're so cheap. It's a 1,200 gold unit with the durability of something that's like triple the price. It's honestly kind of insane. Man, the Lizards just not giving up this point, and I think they're going to take this game now. I don't think the Dark Elves can get enough of their units up on this point to take it in time. The Lizards just need to go full bore to like stuff stuff off, and they win. They got the Skink Skirmishers here. They got the Chameleon Stalkers up too. And there's a Feral Cold One coming in. Some more cap weight. Still not flipping back to the Dark Elves, and they took a lead, and that's going to be game, dude. Huge comeback from the Lizards here.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Sticking with it, man. Making the plays you need to get back in a game. It could have been a much easier scrap, though. Very messy engagement early from the Lizards. That got them really heavily punished. Very fortunate they were able to scrap back in there. But that's what Perseverance can get you, man. And the Umbral Tide play was really good. They got a lot of value. 1,600's pretty reasonable. They didn't carry the game, but they definitely got the Lizards back into it. As the Dark Elves were like really overpressing into the Lizards' like objective spawn area. I think if they had just stuck to holding the middle point in their home objective, the Dark Elves would have done a lot better. They were a little too aggressive. Great game, though. I mean, holy crap. Krokgar, he's honestly best on his Horned one, I think. Grimlock's good in some matchups, but usually on the big dinosaur, he's just a massive target that eats a ton of damage. So you have to play very carefully with him. I'm going to be honest, I might need to do another stream tomorrow to get through the rest of these. Like, I think I might end up doing that. We'll do like 3 more matches. And then, before the tournament tomorrow, which I'm going to be streaming, I'll get on and we can finish up the games we've got left here. So we'll do Cornwalk, Lizards, now that we just saw this one, this is a duplicate. Let's figure out what we want to see. Throw some darts at a board here. I've already seen this one. So, Khorne, Warriors of Chaos. Norska Slanesh should be a pretty good matchup. I'm very interested to see that. We already saw this one on Saturday. Let's see how this high elf build does. This is something that I was thinking might actually be pretty good against the Beastmen. Elthariad's really strong now, so that can be our last game. So let's get started. Alright. Let's get the last 3 rolling here. I have no idea what that name is. But Grog versus Proc. We've got Archeon. Double Exalted Hero is kind of cool. These heroes are pretty strong. And, you know, single entity character play against Khorne can be pretty good. Oh, and they're on the chariots. Let's go! You know, the Gore Beast chariots, or are these just regular Chaos? Oh, they're just regular Chaos chariots. That's unfortunate, but, you know, it's fine. 1500 mass is still pretty decent. The only thing they should avoid is the Bloodwake Berserkers, but all the Chaos Warriors, those chariot characters have a pretty good time running over. Archeon moving up. We got Searing Doom here. It does good damage. It should still contribute pretty nicely here. Archeon's honestly pretty good against Valkia. Could actually run in, probably, and get a good charge off on these cultists. Cultists have a really hard time when they get charged by something, even if it's just a horse character. They really don't love those kind of engagements. They lose HP pretty quickly. They're honestly quite squishy, with only 4,000 health. That's what I would be trying to prioritize right now if I were the Warriors of Chaos. Pretty good Sleipnir. Probably, what you typically want to do with Sleipnir is wait for the lines to engage, because units blob up much tighter when they're fighting in melee combat. You can get a much more impactful and damaging Sleipnir that way. And potentially, like, break open your opponent's formation, because, like, something runs away, and then you can, like, pour units through the gap and spread out and get flanks, or just get ready to intercept reinforcements. It's pretty strong. Like, that's what Sleipnir is best at, in my opinion. Still got 200 value, though, so, like, just one use for this item. You can conceivably get, like, 600-700 value out of really high-quality Sleipnirs. Oh no, Archeon engaged onto the Bloodwake Berserkers. Big mistake, dude. He just took an absolute walloping here. Not how you want to kill these guys. Bloodwake Berserkers, what you really need here for the Warriors of Chaos, you need these freaking Horse Masters to be hammering those guys down. Like, this is just not necessary. This is way too much stuff chasing one unit. Like, it's an annoying unit, but you're over-pursuing big time here. Like, the Horse Masters need to be over here throwing javelins and wearing out the Bloodwake Berserkers, because they're going to kill both these units here. They've taken a fair amount of damage, but they're going to hold in for a decent little while here. The nerfs to these guys were, you know, like, fairly decent. They don't knock stuff back quite as much. They had like a really wonky force multiplier on their splash attacks. So it was like increasing their aptitude in blob fights because they would knock so much stuff away from them that they would be able to get better fights because they were fighting less units overall. So their efficiency's a little less insane, and they lost a little armor, but they still grind out shit tons of value. I mean, they'll still get you like 3,000 if your opponent makes pretty serious mistakes. Need to be careful. Got to pay attention to your opponent's spellcasting. Doesn't do that much damage though. That was like the limpest Searing Doom I've ever seen in my life, and it hit square too. We got some Furies landing on a bunch of stuff out here. The Horsemen are trying to escape Hellstriders. Good luck. Hellstriders find the Marauders. They're going to finish them off pretty quickly. Skull Cannons are way too inaccurate at max range. I mean, look how much it overshot the Forsaken. Unless it was aiming at these Marauders, but really what you want to do with Skull Cannons, get up to about right here, where the blue line is. Hit the flank, because the ammunition on Skull Cannons still pierces through infantry models. You'll kill like 5 or 6 dudes, and then the Vortex will do a bunch of extra damage. That's how you maximize value on Skull Cannons. Skull Cannons are very micro-intensive. Firing at max range like this, or even like half the range, you can see how much its range is on that cone there. Doesn't generally work out too great. You know, they're pretty specialized units. You need to use them in the very specific role that they're intended for. That way they are really maximizing their potential. How are the Bloodweight Berserkers doing? Yeah, almost up to 2,000 value, and Archeon is running for his life. He took way too much damage early. And now Valkia is just going to beat him whenever she gets a one-on-one versus him. Normally Archeon wins this 1v1 because he's just a little bit of a stronger duelist, but this little HP, 1800, versus Valkia's 46, it's going to be a really bad time for the Ever-Chosen if he gets caught. He's not able to stick in support, really, and the Cultists are really healthy. They've done a very good job this game of just beating up on stuff, and supporting the Bloodweight Berserkers and the Chaos Warriors, who are all pretty worn down, and it's not out of reach for the Warriors of Chaos. They've still got healthy Chariot characters here. They punished these Chaos Warriors for overextending pretty nicely. Some Spawn wandering forward. Honestly, I think Chaos Spawn are a little underrated. Just an unbreakable, monstrous infantry unit can be pretty nice in some matchups. And I think this might be one of them. Trolls, I really don't like, man. Trolls need some leadership buffing support if they're going to do anything. Because it's so bad that any terror on the field is just going to immediately crack them and send them running. And they don't rally very well. Once they start running away, if something's chasing them, they'll break completely, and then they're just 900 wasted value. Might be alright here, I guess. As long as they stay away from the Bloodweight Berserkers, they'll be fine. Chariot characters, pretty good micro on these Chariots, dude. I've been pretty impressed so far, but Corngors are going to be able to shred these guys, but they are going to wheel out of here very quickly. Very nicely done. Bloodletter summons coming in from the Cultists now. Cultists are chasing stuff. They should just go fight the infantry that's in front of them. Running around after the Chariots is a huge waste of time. Warriors of Chaos, using the Horse Masters to do what exactly? I have no idea. Are they off fire at will right now? I think they are. Oh no, not like this. Archeon, please do not die to a Beastman unit. Oh, that's nasty, man. Corngors are so good at killing expensive SCs. Not hitting him as he's running away, though. I'm not 100% sure what's up with that. There's always some jank going on, but hey, I'd take it if I were the Warriors of Chaos player. Archeon should be dead by all rights now, but able to escape. Corngors fighting Chaos Warrior great weapons, not a good fight for the Corngors. They'll get a little value here, though. They're still respectable fighters. The Bloodweight Berserkers, 2,600 freaking value. They've still got 13 models. And 1,500 HP, honestly, is a decent little chunk, and the Minotaurs get in. and get on top of the chariot characters, and I think this might be the end of the Warriors of Chaos here. They're starting to get a lot of their more expensive units pretty hard punished. The Marauder Horsemasters are getting some respectable damage, but they're not going to be able to sit on this objective with all of these Cornate units grinding out value here. Blood Beast moving in. Corngors on the number 3. Yeah, they kind of do need to sit here. Rotting Riders coming in. Sloughnir goes down to the Rotting Riders of all things. No. No. Don't do that. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It's not good against cavalry. Plus, these guys have a ward save and they have regen. So that was a huge waste of a Sloughnir. Should have been used on these Chaos Warriors. The Rotting Riders could turn this around. Like, the Minotaurs getting in. Minotaurs can value trade okay, but there's not really any other answer for the Rotting Riders right now. As long as they don't lose a bunch of models, it might be okay for them. But the Skull Cannons are Skull Cannons can actually do some damage to these guys. Since they have the fire weakness, these things do magical attacks and flaming attacks. It is kind of killing itself with these animations, though. It's going way into the back line. Needs to get the hell out of here. Oh, it starts crumbling too. Oh, Skull Cannons, dude. I swear, man. Such a frustrating unit sometimes for this very reason. But at least it's going to hang in a little longer. It's still healing a little bit, so it's going to take a little bit longer than normal for it to crumble out, thanks to the instability. And the Minotaur is getting some reasonable value. Blood Beasts find Archeon and takes a bunch of damage. Oh, and he gets stopped up by that last hit, but he does escape, and Valkia struggling to find him. She just needs to go fight the Rotting Riders. Like, she's great against them. She'd be able to kill the entities, like, one at a time. And honestly, for an elite unit like this with regen, killing the models is the most important thing. Like, HP damage is nice and all, but if these guys had escaped, and they had, like, 28 models, and they were, you know, at the same amount of HP, all they need to do is just, like, go back, and Warriors of Chaos have the time where they can just sit and wait for the Rotting Riders to regen and build up some infantry to re-engage, and then they could probably crush this Cornate force. I would honestly recommend the Warriors of Chaos retreat right now. They're lacking some, like, buffering for these really expensive units. And it's really not working out too well for them. God, dude, 3,200 of the Bloodweight Berserkers. Absolutely crazy. That's just what they do, man. If you don't kill them at range and you want to have to grind them down in melee, it's pretty much all the Warriors of Chaos have been doing this game. You're gonna end up with games like this where they just get fat value. I mean, they've doubled it, and they're already a great unit, so... they'll probably, even with 7 models, be able to grind out another, like, 400 value. No kidding, that's how good these guys are in combat. Like, last time we looked, like, 3 minutes ago, they had 1,300 HP and 12 models. They've only lost, like, 700 health. And only a handful have died. It's pretty brutal. Trying to backcap here, and Corngor is doing a really good job of holding. It's honestly why Corngors are so nice for Khorne. Because there were lots of times before the patch and the DLC with these guys being added, where people would just send a bazillion cavalry to your back point, and Fleshhounds and Furies and your other units would struggle to hold on to this. Corngors can, with full cap weight, just hold on to objectives so nicely. They deter dives like this all day now. It's really awesome. Definitely a unit that synergizes with the roster really nicely. They're not a carry piece, really. Don't want to over-rely on them. But I think 2 of them are, you know, like a good, solid core that you can rely on in 90% of matchups. There's definitely a few matchups where Corngors are not good. Vampire Coast, they're not very good. They're pretty mediocre against the Dark Elves. Dowie. Because Dowie don't have any large targets for them to fight. But pretty much every other faction, they have a pretty, like, reasonable chance of getting some good value for you. Hey, I mean, the Warriors of Chaos did exactly what I thought they should, and they did get the Rotting Riders away. You know, they lost a fair number of models, but they got quite a bit of room still to regen. Still got time. Khorne just passed them. Now, there are a bunch of Chaos Warriors getting up on this point now, which is a little worrying. How do you take this engagement, man? I mean, just dropping Searing Dooms like this is a little risky because, you know, if your Khorne opponent, like, notices this, they'll just move. Very lucky that the Khorngors just got hammered there. Wow, just a crazy dive onto Archaon here. Sends the Furies in, just all alone, trying to break this guy's leadership or just kill him outright. Do not fumble Valkia like this, dude. You cannot be kidding. You cannot be serious. Oh, no. Not like this, Grognar. Not like this. Archaon does not need to be here. He can just leave this fat blob to just keep Valkia tar pitted all game now. Well, the Khorngors are getting in here. They're going to peel for her, which is really nice. They're actually going to get fat value here. Look how many big targets there are that they're getting on top of now. This is where Khorngors can shine, bro. Oh, this is a big fumble from the Warriors of Chaos. This blob on Valkia, this is a trailer moment right here, you know? She's getting wailed on by all those Marauders. There's a bunch of trolls and blood beasts trying to beat the crap out of her. And she's just sitting underneath her shield trying to survive. And then all of her buddies show up and just start kicking ass, dude. Grinding out some fat value. Really good job also by Grognar. You don't need all the warriors here. Like, the warriors should be peeling out to go hang on to the objective. But the Khorngors getting a little bit of surround here. Like, they move up onto the flank and stop the momentum of all these units from going towards the point. Khorne just needs to hold on to this middle objective. They need to send stuff over here. They send some Marauder Horsemen. That's good enough. Khorngors and another Chaos Warrior going up. You can take this fight. These guys are out of ammo. They're pretty good on the charge against Hellstriders. You can get the flank too. Don't let them, I mean, the flank charge isn't going to do that much. Like, they're hitting Chaos Warriors for the most part. And good golly, Miss Molly, dude. Oh, man. Brutal collapse for the Warriors of Chaos at the end here. Archaon did go down as well. And I do believe that is going to be game here. Ouch. The dreaded Valkia blob, dude. Backfired for a change. Usually when Valkia gets caught in blobs like that, there's not a lot you can do for her. Because she can't push out. But that's why you peel for her. And it was a really good peel by Grognar, and it's going to definitely win him this game. Khorne may have been up in value a little bit, but, you know, the Rotting Riders and all these Blood Beasts and Trolls and Spawn and, you know, like, Warriors and stuff moving out, honestly, probably would have been able to grind back the value, but because they just got mixed up in this awful little fight here, they sank their chances. This Khorngor got about 1,000 value in that fight, which is just brutal, man. The other one doing pretty well. Not nearly as incredible of a performance, but just hanging in, making it really hard for a lot of these expensive, monstrous units to grind out value. The Rotting Riders, can they get some terror routes here? It's going to be really tough, man. I mean, Khorne has decently high leadership, and, you know, Primal Fury and Frenzy both imbue ITP. But once Frenzy wears off, they're vulnerable to it. What do you do as the Warriors of Chaos there at the end to win that game? Punishing the Furies was nice. Like, that was honestly a pretty good catch. Getting Archaon somewhere, I don't know, man. He's so low. He was so vulnerable to the snipe at the end. just not leaving him to get ground up early by the Bloodwake Berserkers probably would have made all the difference for the Warriors of Chaos at the end of that game. Having Archeon with even like 1,000 HP at the end there, so he can't just get dove on by Valkia and sniped in one shot, probably would have been enough, because, you know, like, Warriors of Chaos, they could have gotten a lot of their Marauders, great weapons, into a lot of those fights, and they would have been really good against most of the Khornate infantry. And then all they really need to do is just worry about getting, like, leadership breaks. And if they've got all these Trolls and Spawn and Blood Beasts cycle charging, doing a bunch of damage that way, and they get one good terror route with the Rotting Riders, they could have easily gotten Khorne off of that middle objective and won that game. Just a little bit unfortunate losing all of their momentum by overblobbing onto Valkia at the end. Alright, let's see what Norsca's Slaanesh looks like. This is a matchup that I've seen, like, twice. Honestly, probably pretty favored for Slaanesh. Slaanesh is just such a broken faction. They're crazy. I don't have a lot of anti-large in here. I don't know. I have said on stream that the Sibilant Slaughtercade is a really good chariot. That comes with a lot of caveats. Probably one of the biggest ones is that chariots are not very good against the Norskins. They have way too much mass and way too many slows for chariots to typically do well here. But we'll see. We'll see about it. I mean, they're fast as hell, so maybe they can avoid the worst of the Norskin's fury. Man, look at these ugly-ass Hellsteeds. Love the... Dude, the Herald is such a cool character.
Keep it from the foe.
Just this sneering little freak riding around on a... like a... I don't even know what to call it. Like a chaos-mutated anteater. That's what it looks like. She's just having a good old time, you know? Unbothered, moisturized, in her lane, thriving. Tons of Devoted Marauders moving up. Chaos Knights of Slaanesh out here. Not the Lance variant. Having the better stats is really nice. Taking a bunch of Throwing Axe Fire. Don't let this happen to your expensive Knights, man. Alright, Ghost King gonna disengage them. Legatus is, definitely doing very well with the Norskins, I've noticed. Oh god, no, please, I forgot about the freaking bug. For 1 second. Norskin passive with the caster causes this horrible audio bug. Like you can hear it here. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is just the passive itself, like constantly proccing in the replay. But it's really annoying, man. It drives me crazy. We'll stay in space here so that we can avoid the worst of it. The Cultists of Slaanesh, an interesting pick here. They've got good stats and they're good against infantry. I don't know, man. I mean, we'll see how the Demonette Summon does, and what they can get accomplished with their just melee prowess. But yeah, Slaanesh is being very cagey here, not overextending onto any of the points, getting the double cap and contenting themselves with the situation that they've got. And Norska is gonna have to be the one that blinks here. They gotta choose somewhere to go. They can't sit back forever, you know. But the Fim are great weapons I like. They're going to do some really good damage to the Chaos Knights. Oh no, and the Chariots, let's go. These Chariots are going to feast running over these Devoted Marauders. They don't need to be throwing those axes. That's not where their big value lies. And yeah, there we go. Legatus giving them some charge orders. Don't typically want to give charges or charge orders to units behind something that you want to hit. Because the charge animations don't really set in until you're like right in front of the unit, and the collision damage ends up being really lackluster on this other Devoted Marauder. You can see when they actually charge in and pile into the combat, they do a bunch of damage, taking a ton of health off of that poor Devoted Marauder unit. And the Herald here, with Hysterical Frenzy and Lash, going for like a buff style of play with Slaanesh, using just the lore passive mostly. Honestly, I think that's, you know, very admirable. Pavane is just so ridiculous. But, Anticity said he's going to be banning it in all his, tournaments from now on, so maybe that reigns in Slaanesh. Just running over all of the, Marauders here, needs to get away from the, Furies. Furies trying to pile in. The Chariots should be able to just push right out of that without taking a bunch of damage. Chaos Knights charging right up into the Marauder. Great weapons here. Doing a good amount of damage, and then they wheel away, and now they're going to get on top of the Ice Wolf Chariots. Probably going to be able to drag these guys down, but we'll see what kind of peel Norska has for them. Metalcaster. Now, Bunacaster. Buna definitely needs to be used on the Chaos Knights here. Chariots taking a bunch of HP damage, but haven't lost any models. Sibilant Slaughtercade I can't say the same about. Looks like Throg may have gotten his hands on them. No damage there. What killed one of those things? Hello? Who's to say? But they took damage from some source. Probably the Skirmishers. Fate of Buna just absolutely ices the poor Chaos Knights here. They're just taking horrendous damage and casualties. Fat value on the Deathcaster, I'm sure, yeah. Oof. Up to about 600 value right off the bat, basically. Marauder Chariots doing okay. They're still getting hounded down by the Knights here. But the Devoted Marauders, pretty isolated. The Fiends, or not the Fiends, the Furies going down here to the Norskin pressure. I don't think there's any chance these Knights get their value back with that little HP. Oh, and the throwing axes come over, throwing in, chipping away at some of these guys. Poor dude gets killed there very unceremoniously. Another casualty added to the list. Some Skinwolves coming in. Skinwolves honestly not bad at hammering down chaff infantry. They got a good charge bonus and decent weapon strength. The only kind of infantry they don't want to fight would be like a Devoted Spear Marauder or the Hell Scourges. Hell Scourge Marauders are pretty tanky. But we do get the Fiends moving in. We get some more Devoted Slaaneshi Marauders moving up. Punching back pretty nicely here, but we do have Wintertooth Crown and Fight or Die active on the Skinwolves. Just buffing their stats up like crazy right now. Definitely helping them grind out value here. Getting a respectable amount already. Locus of Grace goes down for the melee defense and physical resistance. Really good in this matchup. Norska doesn't have a lot of magical damage sources. Famir and the Dragons, I think, are the only options. Outside of their spells, of course. Oh, and the Balefane character. But definitely going to be very effective against the Skinwolves. Skinwolves actually end up getting folded up here. The Forsaken charge into them and start ripping into their low armor. Push them back with the assistance of the Fiends, who have also been doing some serious damage. Fiends, very powerful. I don't think they need any real introduction. Ever since they got buffed, buffs on their HP, I think they got a little bit more melee attack as well. More models too, I think. They've been an absolute nightmare. Skinwolves fighting them toe-to-toe. Might be able to drag down a fair number of these guys. And the Chariot's coming back in now. So one Chariot is on death's bed here. It got a respectable amount of value. I mean, it's a 900 gold Chariot, and it got 820. Not terrible. Not the best performance by these guys, but, you know, Slash is committed pretty hard to shutting them down. It is giving Norska some really good opportunities to just, like, fight and grind over here. And Ghost King, you just can't leave this much over here. These cultists and this Chaos Warrior needed to go to the #1 objective. Sitting back here is a bad idea. This is an even worse idea, though. Don't ever do this when you're down in value. Don't push your opponent's home objective.
One of your units has been
Like, yeah, they've
destroyed.
only got 2 units here. They've got another one on the way. They're going to hold this for a while. Your infantry are better, but not that much better. You're not going to have a localized advantage here. Sybil and Slaughtercade also didn't get anything done. I think they just got killed by these spears, dude. Ouchie. And yeah, here comes more mobility from Norska. They're just going to, like, swarm this point and shut this all down. Norska just running away with it over Slaanesh. Slaanesh not using Pavane or anything. Not getting any really, like, cheesy isolations. Playing a little too honestly into a faction that does actually have some pretty good answers to the really scary big stuff. And man, Legatus has been pretty ferocious with the Norskins as of late. Ice Wolf Chariots get a nice charge down the side of these Marauders. This is how you use Chariots, man. Like, fix the enemy's infantry, and then get a side charge with Chariots, and just watch the value skyrocket on them. It's insane. Oh, babies. Chariots are good if you know how to use them. They're very micro-intensive, but I think it's very rewarding. Like, if you fumble your Chariots, they'll do nothing. But if you use them well, they can double their value for you. That's usually a pretty good sign of a well-designed unit. Like, high damage potential, but also, like, the chance that they do absolutely nothing. You know, not every unit needs to fit that niche, but I think Chariots being in that particular, like, subset of archetype is pretty appropriate, and I think it fits them very well. And makes them a very fair unit. Like, I don't mind units being broken in the right circumstances. It just sucks when units are just, like, constantly overperforming into everything. And I think that's where, like, a majority of people's gripes are with, like, problem units in this game. But man, oh man, look at this, man. All these Marauders over here just chilling on the point. Norska hanging out. They can afford to do this because they're up in value and their opponent is, like, fighting on their home objective. Bunch of Demonette summons coming out. Not finding a lot of engagements, though. And standard Demonettes are really not that strong. The best thing you can use, value-wise, in terms of demonic units for the for Slaanesh, is Exalted Demonettes and Fiends. Those are your two go-tos. Exalted Demonettes are disgustingly good. They have a crazy charge bonus. They're fast as hell. They debuff melee attack on a lot of different, on everything that engages them. And they just uptrade into damn near everything. They beat Chaff horrendously. They have no problems fighting Chaff for extended periods of time, and they also uptrade into stuff that's more expensive and elite than them. Even other, like, otherwise unideal targets, like, Knights, like Chaos Knights, Empire Knights, stuff like that can get, ripped apart by them. Spirit Leech going down on the Cultist. Frog was in a 2v1, but he's pretty tanky. He's got a decent amount of armor. Of course, he's got regen. Fairly, meaty stats as well. He's having a perfectly fine engagement here. Just hanging out with the boys who are routing off a lot of the Slaaneshian units, while the Chariots just have a good old time. Now they're in a much better position. Now there's just mostly only infantry on the field. They're just running it all over. Making it really difficult for Slaanesh to get a bunch of value. And the Sybil and Slaughtercade, not doing quite as well. There's been a lot more mass from Norska, and, you know, they're running over Marauder champions who actually have reasonably good stats and good damage output. So even when they run them over, the Marauder champions have an attack order. They'll actually do some appreciable damage to these guys on their way through. The Sybil and Slaughtercade is better into matchups where it's factions like Skaven, Empire, like really chaff-heavy factions that don't have a lot of like AP units that they're bringing infantry-wise. Because this thing was trying to get charged up on its Soul Hunter's ability. It's not going to have an easy time doing that against Norska. So I would recommend not bringing it here. Like, if these Ice Wolves and Beasts of Tashanar catch it, it's going to be game over for this thing. The Wolf Chariots are just having a much better time. They got more mass, which is really what makes them a little bit better and easier to use. 2,000 mass in your Chariots is the sweet spot, plus they're fairly quick in their own right. They are poisoned and exhausted, but they're just causing so many problems for Slaanesh trying to hold in here. You can see they charge down the Chaos Warriors, don't do nearly as much damage, still do a decent amount though. And they're like knocking a lot of the units out of position to fight together. Like, the more spread out infantry units get, the less effective they are at value trading. They typically want to be fairly close together, so that the individual models don't get surrounded and dragged down nearly as easy. Nice Locus of Grace. I'm loving the Herald usage here. It has been very well microed. It's pretty low HP now, though, and it might not be high impact enough against Norska to be worth it. I am willing to bet Azazel is just far and away the better option. And the reason for that is Azazel's infantry-sized, and, you know, Norska has a lot of anti-large. They don't have a lot of anti-infantry. And Azazel has Demon Blade also, and Terror, so he can just, like, run in, pop Demon Blade, lower the leadership on all these Norscan units, and then Terror out everything from all these blobs that have been developing. And I think he'd just be more high impact. He is pretty vulnerable to Spirit Leech, though, so there is definitely a trade-off to be had there. And this Deathcaster has been an absolute nuisance. Doing a really good job of just grinding out a lot of value. The Bunas, one Buna going down on a Fury, I don't really agree with that. Use it on the Hellstrider instead, if you're, you know, really wanting to use it. But the other one was on the Chaos Knights, and it just ruined those guys, man. Ooh, you love to see it. 1,700 on one chariot. The other one here, 1,600. And one of these has only been summoned once. So that's really nasty. Getting their armor-piercing axes on target as well. Really nicely played Norska here against Slaanesh, dude. So check out some of the other values. Throg probably didn't do a whole lot. He had only 1,000 on him. But, you know, he was very healthy at the end of the game. That's really why you bring Throg as opposed to Wulfric, if you're afraid of Lord sniping. And you just want a Lord that's going to survive, and you don't lose a bunch of leadership. You know, Frost Doggies did pretty good. Famir with the great weapons were really strong, and the Skin Wolves did good as well. Just really solid performances all the way around from the Norscan units. And I honestly like the Marauder Spearman front line. They were nice. They did okay. But, man, these Marauder great weapons. I've started to notice that, especially the Norscan variant of these guys just seem really cost efficient. They almost always trade up. Even if they're fighting, some really scary units, if you support them with some mass, and they're fighting like a Chaos Knight, they'll uptrade really fast. It's pretty impressive. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see some more of them in the future. It's not like they really got any buffs, but I think people just aren't experimenting enough and trying to make use of them. Alright, last game here. Some Beastman action. Jotun versus Loki here. Eltharion the Grim coming in with his Mistwalker's Barrage buffed to its maximum potential. Fangsword of Eltharion for the imbuement of Fizzres, magic attacks, and some more AP and base weapon strength. Firecaster to clear out the Beastman Chaff. Beautiful choice, of course. A bunch of Lothrons and some Illyrian Reaver archers. I'm curious. This is what I was thinking might be a meta build up against the Beastmen. The High Elves, what they're going to want to do is just lock down on one objective. Oh, and this guy's on a dragon, too. Kind of weird that the Sun Dragon doesn't have flaming attacks. Fix, please, CA. Literally unplayable. Breaking my heart here. Illyrian Reaver Cav trying to get this point. But, you know, Unga Bunga Vanguards, man. Just immediately getting up on here. Mitigating that cap weight. Not a lot of good targets to fire at. Just need to pull back here. Lothern Seaguard probably need to just stay here. A big whiff on that Burning Head. But does have the Reserve Staff and Book of Hoeth here. Should be able to cast plenty of Burning Heads this game. Missing one isn't that big of a deal. Damn. Okay, so the High Elves should probably focus on the #1 objective here. Like, using Eltharion to... Honestly, actually, this is a really good idea. Use Eltharion, he's attracting the attention of the Zangors, and then you just hard focus them 1 unit at a time. Breath Attack comes down from the Dragon, doing some good damage. Lotherns... These two are fine. These two need to get the hell out of here. They do not want to fight Zangors. Zangors are going to beat those Lotherns, actually. Especially without support. And the Storm Rider's just wandering into a hellacious charge of Beastman units here. Oh my god, no! And Malagor and the Gorbel. Finding Eltharion with some support from crappy little spearmen. Just beating the living hell out of him. Oh my goodness. Dang, dude. Owie. Yeah... This is starting to look pretty bad for the High Elves. Oh no, and Eltharion routes too. God, dude. That's why you can't sit on Beastman units. Can't underestimate them. On Feebling Foe here also. That's probably why Eltharion got beat up so badly. I mean, Malagor is really not amazing against armored characters. He's got reasonably good combat stats, though. And with Enfeebling Foe, he really put Eltharion on the back foot, and poor buddy just got massacred. Burning Head would be so good right here.
Unending glory is yours.
Okay, that did not work out for the High Elves at all. They just got hard pushed by the Beastmen, dude. Just folded up immediately. I don't think you need a freaking dragon. I think Eltharion was enough, and then you just have this guy on a horse. Save as much cost as possible. Fill out with some more Lotherns. Just try to punish with Burning Head a little bit better. Like, I liked the Eltharion dive to break the Zangor's attention early. But the Lotherns need to be, like, very precisely microed. So that they can nail those Beastman units. Maybe this matchup is just impossible for the High Elves. I don't know what they do. We gotta watch another game. That was so fast. There's no way we can end it on that game. I mean, damn. Damn. Let's watch a little Chaos Dami action. This will be the last replay. Let's see what happens here. So we got Vaughn coming in. We have a Sorcerer Prophet on the Bale Taurus. You can tell by how much HP it has. A Spirit Leech, Life Leeching, Chalice of Blood and Darkness. Decent amount of infantry. The Immortals are here. 1 Hobgoblin Archer. 2 Wolf Raider Bows. And Mood has Valkia, Nurgle Caster, a Marauder, Standard, 2 or 3 Great Weapons, 1 Chaos Warrior with a Sword and Board, Gorby's Chariot, couple Horsemen, Hell Cannon is really nice to have in the back pocket as well. It should do some reasonable damage here. Definitely going to be pretty powerful at chipping down the front line of the Chaos Dwarves. Which will help. It'll be nice. Not that the Warriors of Chaos need a ton of help in that regard, but it does ease the like process of cutting through and securing the objectives. Valkia does have heals, so she can take some pretty aggressive fights here, honestly. I really wouldn't hate it if she just, like, ran in here to try and smack this guy up. Does disengage, gonna pull back now. Hell Cannon, first shot, getting some damage in on the Wolf Raiders. Marauder Horsemen definitely don't want to get shot up right now by the bows here. Taking a pretty nasty volley there, though. The Hell Cannon's gonna work these guys down pretty effectively. It's taking about 8 models out. Probably want to scoot it forward a little bit more. Such a, honestly, a pretty cool shot, truth be told. The evil fleshlight peeking out from behind the trees here. Doing some serious damage to the poor Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. But they're fighting back pretty nicely against the Marauder Horsemen. It's really their low leadership that's harming them here. You can see the damage by artillery, under missile fire, and take cover effects, breaking their leadership pretty quickly. Goblin Laborers moving up. Lots of infantry back here for mood. People make this mistake all the time. If you've got a home objective, there are 2 ways to do it. You keep 1 high-quality infantry unit back here, like a Chaos Warrior, or you keep 2 mediocre infantry units, like a Marauder and a Marauder Great Weapon. Use your mobility to support here if your opponent tries to push early. You want to send the majority of your forces to the contested objective to start the game off. We'll see, though. I mean, keeping them back just to keep the Hell Cannon a little safer isn't a bad idea, I guess. Another Spirit Leech, but Valkia actually getting some good combat in here. She does have Demon Shield. Are we going to use that? Because it would be really nice to avoid taking all this melee damage here. She is given just as good as she's getting, though. Oh, she's got the Scarlet Armor also. Okay, there's Demon Shield. And the Baltor's character, I would say, is probably going to take the worst of this fight. You know, he's doing a respectable amount of damage to Valkia. You wouldn't normally want to do this with her. But because of the access to the Nurgle caster, it's going to be pretty nice for her. Hell Cannon is still shooting the Wolf Raiders. I think it's time for it to switch onto the elite infantry that the Chaos Dowie have here. I mean, maybe they're not like super elite, but killing these Great Weapon Warriors would be pretty nice. Although chipping away at the Prophet here isn't bad either. Wow, that breath attack, big damage on the Marauders. Took out almost half their HP. I've not ever seen the breath attack do that well before. Miss there, and the Death Shriek rocket going to be focusing in on the Soul of Damnation here. It probably can't take more than another 2 of those before it gets killed here, which would be pretty bad for the Warriors. They definitely want it to stay on the field until it's used all its ammo up. It's doing some pretty respectable damage. Well, Valkia and the Chaos Warriors push up into the back line here. Chaos Warriors are a little too deep. Valkia gets nailed by the Baltor's character. She needs a heal now. She can Terror Route, and she might leadership break, and then she'll get chased off, and that will be game set match probably. You can see a Terror Route goes down with Chaos Warriors. Death Shriek kind of squeaking away. That Hell Cannon, man. Did not do, like, anything to the Sorcerer Prophet. Oh no, Terror Route. Valkia's dead. I don't think that she's going to be able to survive here. I think she's going to leadership break, or she just gets finished off by Spirit Leech. Big loss for the Warriors of Chaos player. Just being too passive with the healer, man. Like, Valkyrie was at, like, half HP. Just pull her back for the Fleshy Abundance and then bring her back over to get after that thing. Just being way too gung-ho with her. It's a very common mistake. People often think Valkyrie is invulnerable just because she has one item that makes her so for 13 seconds. You gotta be way more careful with her than that, though. Warriors of Chaos, they have value traded reasonably well, but losing Valkyria and all that leadership, now the Hell Cannon going down, I think is going to be the end of them. You know, they'll lose the home objective of the Chaos Dowie pretty quickly here. And all the firepower onto the Gorebeast Chariots will eventually chip them down and finish them off. Still shooting at the crew. I mean, maybe it reduces the amount of refund that is possible to get here, but I'd probably just focus the Nurgle Sorcerer or put it on the Spray Fire mode and hammer the Chaos Warriors that are over here. That's probably the best thing to do. It's usually pretty hard to like dodge the Airburst Mortar unless you're like really hyper focused on it. We do just have it shooting the Gorebeast Chariot, also a reasonable target. I just figured that, you know, I mean, it's really not all that dangerous, and there's fire glaives and lots of bows out here to hammer it. And it is going to get pushed off pretty quickly here. Let's see if Vine swaps targets in a moment. Really should, just to, like, maximize the value on this thing. Another really good breath attack. Good grief, dude. Vine with these breath attacks. Not something that I'm usually complimenting Chaos Dwarf players on. But, you know, he's definitely been making the most out of it. 2,300 value on this dude. Probably going to end up with like 3,000 in just a couple more minutes here. Gets a huge tear route on the great weapons. Chaos Dowie hanging on to that #1 objective. Need to get something else up on here to cap this point. It's taking forever. And a Chaos Dwarf Warrior going to the #2 here, which is going to force a lot of response from the Warriors of Chaos. Oh, and Valkyria comes out for round 2. She gonna die again, man. She really needs the heals, and they need to be consistent. Oh, and she didn't get any uses of Sleipnir the first time around, which really sucks. Gonna get a pretty solid one here, though. Pretty decent amount of damage on the Chaff and on the Immortals there. Chaos Armor Trolls getting folded up, though, thanks to the magic and flaming attacks these guys have. They've got really saucy stats, too. They're a really strong unit. I'm very curious to see if the buffs they got push them into, like, more meta rounds than they typically have found. It's really, they only had, like, 1 or 2 matchups where they were okay. Maybe now they'll be, maybe not, like, a mainstay, just because elite infantry units like this have lots of counters, but definitely, more opportunities for them to value trade. Poor Nurgle Prophet, just getting pounded by this Death Shriek. Routing into Chaos Dowie lines. I think he wants to defect, folks. I don't think he's interested in fighting for the Warriors of Chaos anymore. He said, I've seen Hashut's light. Please let me embrace the ways of the Chaos Dowie. Accept me, and my life is yours. But, you know, I imagine this is pretty lore accurate. You know, Hobgoblins seeing a foe running away, just pin cushioning him. Almost kill him, he shatters. Probably just leave him. Chaos Dowie have this pretty well in hand. Is there any way Warriors of Chaos get back in this? I don't think so. I mean, Vine has a bazillion supplies also in the back pocket. Sorcerer with 2,800, Valkyria, Demon Shield wearing off. Needs to get the hell out of here because she does not like getting hit by gunfire. Gun units, huge counter to Valkyria. She is honestly not very good at dodging like bullets. I mean, not a lot of people are. But yeah, I mean, these guys are really accurate. They're just chipping her away. Valkyria dead and gone again. Rip. Dies with a smile on her face. What a troll. Yeah, the Warriors are pretty screwed here. Vine just still banking up tons of supplies. The trolls, dude, man. Oh my god. Please stop using trolls, people. They're not a good unit. They're terrible. I never see them do well. There's, like, for every 10 games that people bring them in probably 8 of them, they downtrade. And in the other 2, they uptrade pretty nicely. Not enough to justify for how poorly they do on the whole, though. I really just don't love their performance. I think they're a pretty bad unit. They just lose to anything that causes terror. They've got bad leadership to begin with. And they just shatter. Like, they keep running back and forth, and every time they're breaking gets them closer to that shatter. So they oftentimes don't even get the chance to regen a whole bunch because of that. It's a little sad. They could use, like, a small leadership buff. Just give them 5 more leadership and they'd be fine. Like, 50 leadership is a reasonable amount, I think. It would not break trolls. Bile trolls have 50 leadership. And they're a very balanced unit, so... Come on, CA. Please, like, get them to a more acceptable state. That's all I ask. Gorebeast Chariot's coming back out for round 2, but the Death Shriek Rocket just going to kill them. Vine finally summoning out more units. Just a bunch of Chaos Down Warriors, some Centaur Renders. Yeah, this rocket launcher, man. Almost 2,000 value on it. And, you know, you can get unsummoned. How many supplies does he get back? Like 600? It's pretty gross. Falkia again? Seriously? Stop! She's had enough. She's already dead, please. Oh my god. Demon's Shield is popped, which means she's got 13 seconds of not getting her ass kicked.
I knew it.
Oh man.
Unending glory is yours.
Trailer moment 3 times in a row on Valkia is pretty brutal, man. You can't lose your Lord 2 times in one game and expect to win. And you spend so much money resummoning her each time. She's not the most expensive Lord in the game, but it gives up a lot of momentum to resummon her. She's 1900 with the spell kit that, or the abilities and items kit she came with in this match. 2300 value. Could be worse, I guess. I mean, if she had been on the field for 1 life and gotten this much value, you know, Mood would probably have been the one who won this game. But just a little too cost inefficient across the board. The Hell Cannon got hard countered by that Death Shriek, man. And the Warriors of Chaos had no answer for it. So that combined with amazing micro on that Prophet Lord, 4,000 value, that's honestly a pretty normal performance from the Bale Taurus Lords. These guys are so disgusting. They're crazy. Chaos Dowie putting in the work, man. Are people going to figure out how to take advantage of their buffs? Because Vine seems to have a pretty good idea of how to go about it. We'll see. We shall see. Anyways, that's going to be it for me tonight. Appreciate y'all tuning in. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I'll be doing my, I'll be releasing my, the next part of the Beastman roster breakdown tomorrow. So check it out. And I will be streaming a tournament too. So, see you guys then. Peace out. Take care. Hell yeah.